Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and valued participants. Before we begin, I would like to request everyone to kindly switch off their mobile phones or put them on silent mode. I am Dr. Tunchin Manglangil, Research Fellow at the Council. It is an honor to welcome you all to the ICWA International Conference on India-Mongolia, celebrating 7 decades of diplomatic relations and a decade of strategic partnership, hosted by the Indian Council of World Affairs in collaboration with the Embassy of Mongolia, New Delhi. We are privileged to have with us an esteemed panel of experts who will offer their insights into the India-Mongolia partnership and its broader strategic significance. We look forward to a stimulating discussion that will deepen our understanding and contribute to informed discourse on this important subject. Without further ado, let us begin our proceedings. To begin this conference, I invite Ms. Nutan Kapoor Mahawar, Acting Director General of the Indian Council of World Affairs, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Thank you, Mang. A very good morning to everybody. Your Excellency, Mr. Ganbold Dambajav, Ambassador of Mongolia to India, Mr. Atul Gotsurve, Ambassador of India to Mongolia, our esteemed scholars from Mongolia who have traveled all the way and are in Delhi, you are very, very welcome. And our scholars on our side who have also traveled to Delhi for this conference, a very warm welcome to everybody and all the friends here. Welcome to the International Conference on India-Mongolia, celebrating 7 decades of diplomatic relations and a decade of strategic partnership, being hosted by ICWA in collaboration with the Embassy of Mongolia in New Delhi. This conference offers us a timely occasion to reflect on the rising trajectory of our relationship, one that is anchored deeply in shared civilizational heritage, mutual respect, and enduring shared values. In the Cold War era, friends, India was Mongolia's door to the world outside bloc politics when it became the first country outside the socialist bloc to establish diplomatic relations with Mongolia in December 1955. Several decades later, when the Cold War came to an end, India supported Mongolia's membership of the Non-Aligned Movement in 1991. Trusted by Mongolia as its third neighbor, the two countries are building close ties with each other for contributing to enhanced stability, security, and prosperity in the Eurasian region. These ties acquire greater significance in a world marred by deep divides along religious and racial lines, geopolitical turmoil, and intense strategic competition. Our shared democratic values, our firm belief in multipolarity in the world and in Asia, our shared commitment to multilateralism, and our traditional spiritual ties provide the firm foundation for working to take forward our ties with renewed vigor. Not only do we need to work across the full spectrum of ties in the bilateral context, namely political, economic, development partnership, defense and security, cultural and people-to-people ties, we need to also further strengthen our cooperation in multilateral fora such as the UN, SCO, and SICA, building on past efforts such as when India sponsored Mongolia's membership in the UN in 1963. We also recall Mongolia's co-sponsorship, along with India and Bhutan, of the UN resolution for the recognition of Bangladesh as an independent country in 1972, post India's armed humanitarian intervention in erstwhile West Pakistan. Mongolia's appreciation of India's security environment then, as well as now, is appreciated. India too stands to gain from Mongolia's experience of exercising strategic autonomy in the wake of a long history of managing relations with two big powers on its borders. And that is why India is investing in its ties with Mongolia. The two countries have robust security cooperation. India provides training, capacity building, and defense education for Mongolian armed forces. The two countries hold joint military exercise Nomadic Elephant since 2004, with the latest edition having taken place in May-June 2025, where they actively exchanged best practices in counter-terrorism operations and precision sniping, thereby improving interoperability. And I also saw some visuals on TV, some coverage of the exercise. The two countries also collaborate in UN peacekeeping. The ties received a momentous push in 2015 when Prime Minister Narendra Modi became the first Indian Prime Minister to visit Ulaanbaatar. The visit witnessed the elevation of our ties from comprehensive to a full-fledged strategic partnership. The two countries are intensifying their development partnership ties. India has extended a line of credit for development of infrastructure projects, which is now being utilized for Mongolia's first oil refinery plant at Dornogobi, contributing to Mongolia's energy security. Prominent special capacity building programs are also being organized for Mongolian dignitaries and high government officials in recent years. Trade remains modest but is increasing in pharmaceuticals, IT, and machinery. There have been talks on cooperation in rare earth minerals, energy, and digital economy. India is also planning to import coal from Mongolia. The International North-South Transport Corridor, INSTC, is also being explored for its potential as a route for the imports. Friends, our political ties draw sustenance from our millennia-old spiritual ties, and we will be discussing this today. At the heart of our relationship is the shared Buddhist heritage. There are accounts that confirm India-Mongolia relations as early as the 5th to 7th centuries AD. Many Mongolian lamas traveled to India, most famously to Nalanda, where they studied Buddhist philosophy, logic, and epistemology. This intellectual exchange laid the groundwork for a uniquely Mongolian school of Buddhism. It is believed that Mahayana Buddhism had even led to the evolution of Mongolian Buddhism. There have been eminent personalities who have contributed immensely to consolidate the Mongolian Buddhist legacy with India. Late Ambassador Kushak Bakula Rinpoche was one of them, who between 1990 to 2000 revived hundreds of Buddhist monasteries in Mongolia and set up a pet-up monastery in Ulaanbaatar. In fact, he had begun to be looked at as someone divine by the people of Mongolia. Mongolian professor Gandedra Rama has also translated Indian epics like Ramayana and Mahabharata and about 30 more works, including of Kalidas, into the Mongolian language. In a special goodwill gesture to its spiritual neighbor, Mongolia, India sent 4 holy Kapilvastu relics of Lord Buddha to be displayed at the Battsetseg Temple in Gandan Monastery of Ulaanbaatar in 2022. India had also reprinted and presented volumes of the sacred Mongolian Kanjur, a Buddhist canonical text, to be distributed across every monastery across Mongolia. In 2019, India also digitized and preserved the Mongolian Kanjur. Through these initiatives, friends, our people-to-people interactions continue to flourish, with dharma and democracy standing alongside development partnership and digital development as the key pillars of our relations. The lens of the third neighbor with which Mongolia looks at India, which India is deeply appreciative of, provides the solid foundation of these ties. As we gather to commemorate 70 years of friendship and 10 years of strategic partnership, we must ask, how can India and Mongolia leverage our ancient bonds to meet 21st century challenges? What are the future areas of cooperation? How can India and Mongolia work together to ensure that the emerging new world order is fair and equitable? How can India and Mongolia work together to develop a shared Eurasian outlook of peace, stability, and prosperity in the region? What are the lessons to be drawn from our shared Buddhist heritage for contemporary bilateral ties and for regional and international diplomacy. I look forward to a fruitful and thought provoking discussion, and I wish all the speakers and participants all the best.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite Ambassador Atul Malhari Gotsurve, Ambassador of India to Mongolia, to deliver the special remarks. Sir.
Respected Nutan Kapoor Mahawar, Madam, Acting DG of ICWA, His Excellency Mr. Ganbold Dambajav, the Ambassador of Mongolia to India, distinguished guest Professor Shashi Balaji, Ambassador Rajshekharji, distinguished guests, visitors, dear friends. First of all, I would like to thank ICWA for inviting me for this special occasion on the conference, International Conference on India-Mongolia, celebrating 7 decades of diplomatic relations and a decade of strategic partnership. I thank Madam and Mr. Hitesh Rajpal for having invited me here. India and Madam has given a very comprehensive view of all the bilateral entire gamut of bilateral relations. So I would not dwell on the subjects which she has already dwelt upon. So I would like to speak on some other issues. So India and Mongolia are strategic partners, spiritual brothers and third neighbors. Many people in the past used to call India as spiritual neighbor of Mongolia, but when I reached there, I felt that we are not neighbors, we are brothers. So in all our messages, all our talking points, we say India and Mongolia are spiritual brothers, not spiritual neighbors. So this I felt is a very important aspect, because neighbors means a little far away distance, but brothers it's very close. And you know, Mongolia has a very good policy of third neighbors, because for those people who don't know, Mongolia is a landlocked country between two big countries, China and Russia. So Mongolia evolved a policy of third neighbors. So they have like 7 to 8 third neighbors, USA, they have Japan, South Korea, India, Turkey, Germany, and Canada. So it's a good way, it's a good for any foreign policy student or for international relation expert. It's a good philosophy to have within the constraints, how do we progress? Strategic partnerships, international cooperation. So Mongolia has set a good example of this third neighbor policy. As Madam said, our bilateral relations with Mongolia are based on 4 pillars. Those 4 pillars are democracy, dharma, that is Buddhism. Then we have development partnership, which I will run through the various projects that we are doing, development partnership. Then digital development. These are the 4 pillars which we are going ahead. As Madam mentioned, on 24th December 1955, India and Mongolia established diplomatic ties. So this is like we are celebrating the 70th year of establishment of diplomatic ties. So you imagine a time in 1955 when Mongolia is not been recognized by many other countries, but India is one of the first countries outside the Soviet bloc to recognize Mongolia as an international country. As a student of international relations and politics, you know there are 3-4 various criteria to be recognized as a country. One is international recognition, territory. So that international recognition from India was important. So and when I am in Mongolia, I see the gratitude which people have for this. And also, as Madam mentioned, in the 1960s, when we supported Mongolia's entry into the United Nations, that also is being remembered by Mongolia with gratitude, and it is appreciated well in all, at all level, at the people-to-people level, and also at the high level of ministers. So the Treaty of Friendly Relations and Cooperation in 1994 is an important milestone between India and Mongolia. That treaty actually triggered more depth into our cooperation. The relationship also grew more during the visit of the ex-Prime Minister that time, Mr. N. Baatar. So he visited in India in 2004, and then we turned the partnership into a comprehensive partnership. So that is also important milestone when Mr. Prime Minister Baatar came here. He is a close friend of India. I meet him regularly. He was the president. He was the first person who was the speaker, the prime minister, and the president. So I regularly meet him, and we have good cordial relationship. But his contribution, I feel, is very important. Buyers, he came here, and our relationship was a comprehensive partnership. Then comes the visit of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji in 2015. So that visit is historic. It's a watershed moment between India-Mongolia bilateral ties. So, you know, as the title of the conference is also, we are celebrating a decade of strategic partnership. So that visit, we converted our comprehensive partnership into strategic partnership. So it is very important. And it's also a very important milestone in our Act East policy. As for the students of International Relations, Act East also, Mongolia is a very important player. So this is a high level of importance. Then, as Madam mentioned, this 70 years we celebrate of diplomatic relations, but India-Mongolia relations are hundreds of centuries old. Basically, so many centuries old. Buddhist scholars used to come from Mongolia to Nalanda University to study Buddhism. So this is only 70 years of diplomatic ties, but our people-to-people tie, our spiritual tie, they are very historic. For so many years they used to come. Role of Ambassador Kushak Bakula, if I don't mention, I would be doing great injustice. And I feel so proud. Ambassador Kushak Bakula was the ambassador of India to Mongolia from 1990 to 2000. So 10 years he had a time. And you know, during 1990s, the communism fell in Mongolia. And because of the communist regime, the Buddhist monasteries, Buddhism was destroyed. And Rinpoche Kushak Bakula, he is from Ladakh. He was a monk, respected monk. So he revived several monasteries in Mongolia. He revived Buddhism in Mongolia. And so many people respect him so much till now. So I feel very proud. And he is one of the only ambassadors in whose name an airport is there in Ladakh. You may have visited Ladakh Leh. So it's the Kushak Bakula Airport. So I feel very proud and honored that I am replacing such a person in whose name we have an airport in Ladakh. And I see the responsibility also that we have. One more bond which we are having, around 400 to 500 Buddhist monks are studying in South Karnataka. So they study high level of Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism, and if a Lama is not good at Buddhist studies, he may be respected, but people will not give him value. The value will come only if he is educated at a higher level of academics in Buddhism in India. So every person who has studied Buddhism is valued very high in Mongolia. So that is also one important aspect I wanted to mention. Professor, there are some people who I feel contributed a lot. I may not be doing justice if I we welcome Mr. MP Singh, my predecessor in Mongolia. So I would not be doing justice if I don't take their names. One is Professor Raghu Bira. Professor Raghu Bira is the father of the great Indian scholar, Mr. Lokesh Chandra. Lokesh Chandra ji has translated the Mongolian Kanjur, and these are reprinted and distributed to various monasteries in Mongolia. They value it so highly that, you know, as ambassador of India, I am the only ambassador who is invited to the Buddha Purnima function in the Gandan monastery, the prestigious. So recently we airlifted 2 sets of Kanjur. It is 108 volumes basically. So it is around 1 ton of volumes we airlifted specially for the Buddha Purnima. I handed over to them symbolically at the Gandan monastery. And 38 sets or 35 or more are going by ship. So ship takes time, 4-5 months. So that we have done. We are doing that. Then 2 more people I will say. One is Ambassador Nyam Dawa. He was the ambassador of Mongolia in India. He has translated many books. He has also made a chart of how many words of Sanskrit and Mongolian are common. There are 200 words, he has told. 200 words are there, which are common in Sanskrit and Mongolian, or they draw from each other. Like Sansar word is very common in Mongolia. So I felt that. Then there is one more professor, Genden Daram. He is in the 90s, and he has translated all the epics of India in Mongolian language. So again, I feel great scholarship by him, the way he has done. And there is a Mahatma Gandhi street in Mongolia, Mahatma Gandhi statue. You have, many may not know, we have a Ulaanbaatar road near the airport. So there is a lot of bond. Mongolpuri is also there. There is some linkages between Mongolpuri and Mongolia. Now I come to the various projects. As I said, economic partnership is the pillar of our development partnership or pillar of our India-Mongolia relationship. So, you know, we are building a big refinery in Mongolia. It is 1.5 million metric ton per annum refinery. So it will cater to, estimates vary. Some people say it will cater to the 55% of the need. Some people say 70% of the need. So it will be around 60%, we can take a rough estimate. It will cater to their needs. Mongolia, the question comes whether Mongolia has oil or no. Because Mongolia has its own crude oil. So that crude oil will be used for the refinery purpose. It is a $1.7 billion soft loan from Exim Bank of India. This is a flow of events. When Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji visited Mongolia in 2015, he announced a credit line of $1 billion. $1 billion is around, for those who make the calculation easy, it is 8,500 crore rupees. So 1.7, it is like 15,000 crore rupee refinery is going on, the construction. So the Mongolian government decided that they will use this refinery as one of the credit line for this refinery. And the project is going on smoothly. There are 4 contracts of the project: EPC 1, EPC 2, EPC 3, EPC 4. So EPC 1 we have completed last year, handed over to the Mongolian side. EPC 2, 3, 4 are going on full strength. Even the tender completion date for the project is early 2028. But we are planning to complete the project by early 2027. This is our target. I am pushing, many may know that I am civil engineer also, so I am pushing all the projects. Maybe ministry appointed me as the civil engineer to go and push the projects. So it is the single largest project. You imagine now, this is the single largest project on the line of credit by Government of India in all over the world. So even in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka or Maldives also, this much big project is not there. So imagine it's a geopolitically very important project. It will ensure the energy security of Mongolia. It is one of the 14 mega projects which the government of Mongolia has assigned. That oil refinery project is one of the 14 mega projects that will be completed for the strategic importance of Mongolia. And I'm confident this will be the first mega project that will be completed out of the 14 mega projects that are going on in Mongolia. So this is about oil refinery. Second is we are building a school called as India-Mongolia Friendship Secondary School. It is a grant project of $5.25 million. And I'm very happy to tell you that the construction is in full swing, and we will be able to complete the building by middle of next year or even before. So you will be, around 1,200 Mongolian students will study there. So that again, we have pushed that project very well. Third project which we are doing, big one, is the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Center for Excellence for IT, Communication and Outsourcing. It is a $20 million soft loan. So that project we are planning to complete by middle of the next year or early also. So these 2 projects at least next year we finish, and it will be a great shining example of India-Mongolia friendship. And next 2027 early or middle, we complete the oil refinery project. So we see so much symbolic shining example of friendship and development partnership is going on between India and Mongolia. Then one more aspect which has come into the fore now is the defense relationship. Our defense relationship is growing very nicely. I just concluded the visit of our Honorable Defense Secretary, who visited especially for the closure ceremony of the Nomadic Elephant bilateral military exercise. We had a unit from Arunachal Scout, part of the Assam regiment there. Then he also participated in the inauguration of the Conquest multilateral peacekeeping exercises, where around 24 countries participated. So we had our unit from Kumar regiment there. So then we had the visit of the Defense Secretary from Mongolia to India. So everywhere we see the defense relations are going strength to strength. We have a cyber security training center at the National Defense University of Mongolia, which was inaugurated by Rajnath Singh ji in 2022, which is conducting various courses in the field of cyber security for the military of Mongolia. We have English training teachers for the defense forces also. We have a program of Government of India called as India Technical, Economic and Cooperation Program, under which the defense personnel also come for capacity building courses to India. So that is also an important thing. Many of you may not be aware that under the India Technical and Economic Cooperation Program, we are offering Mongolia 200 scholarships per year. And I am happy to say after many years, earlier the utilization was 100 to 120. This time the utilization we have achieved 190 out of 200. So that is a big achievement, I feel. We have ICCR scholarships also for Mongolian students. Around 40 scholars study every year. We offer them scholarship in all the courses: engineering, pharmacy, English language, MBA, any course except medical. Everything is been offered. So, and a lot of alumni are in very high positions in the Mongolia. You know, one of the person who has studied in India, at least I know myself many, but I will just, for the paucity of time, I will quote 3 people. One is the president of the Mongolian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Turot. He has studied law in India. The present chairman of the president of the Constitutional Court of Mongolia. There is no equivalence between Supreme Court of India or Constitutional Court, but for the sake of convenience, we say they are equivalent. So he is the head of the Constitutional Court of Mongolia. So he studied in India. So various people are at good position who have studied in India. There are various, I have time, madam, or I should quickly? Okay. So there are various opportunities that are there. These opportunities are there for many years, but because Mongolia being landlocked, we have not been able to break the ice of the transportation of goods. Like Indian companies are interested to purchase or source coal, copper, gold from Mongolia. And we are close to it. Now we are having some companies who are ready to solve the logistic problems. So let us see how it goes. So India could import coal, gold and copper from Mongolia. Then other aspects which are rising are medical tourism. You know, many Mongolian people like to come to India to take medical tourism. For medical tourism, they are coming to Max, Fortis, many hospitals they are coming regularly. Eye hospitals they are coming. Our bilateral trade is rising. Now we are having a trade of 110 million USD per year. So that is a good figure. One aspect which will act as a catalyst for India-Mongolia relations is a direct air flight. In case we are able to succeed to have a direct air flight between India and Mongolia, all this relationship will go like 2 or 3 notches higher. Medical tourism, religious tourism, everything. So that business, so we are working on that. Let us see how much we succeed. New areas of cooperation that are growing are rare earth elements. Mongolia, many may not be aware that Mongolia is very rich in rare earth elements. And you know, there is a crisis for rare earth element. Indian companies are interested to source it from Mongolia. Yesterday, and we had a video conference with some Indian companies who want to source this rare earth element from Mongolia. Solar power, again, is a very good sector. Mongolia has bright sunshine for maybe 260 days per year. And Mongolia's area, for many who don't know, is half of India and population is only 34 lakhs. So it is vast expanse of land which is possible. Then there are scope for uranium trade also. Mongolia is rich in uranium, so Indian companies are interested. Recently we had a joint working group meeting between Department of Atomic Energy and the Mongolian Nuclear Energy Commission. It was very helpful for the nuclear energy sourcing of uranium. Culturally aspects, you know, India and Mongolia are so close that I feel as ambassador, it is a great country to be there. The Mongolian Yoga Federation has around 80 schools of yoga. You know, what Prime Minister Modi ji wanted, that yoga is popularized in such a way that is self-sustained. So many yoga schools are there in Mongolia. In all government offices, yoga is also taught. Then there is Vipassana practice also by Professor Shirin Dev. Vipassana is a Buddhist meditation technique. It's very highly popular. He has taught around 40,000 Mongolian people Vipassana technique. Then we have Bollywood is very popular. As you are aware, Bollywood dance. Every year, embassy organizes a dance competition for children called as Melody of River Ganga. And I was mesmerized this year when I saw the dance, the talent. Seeing the video, they are dancing so well. The dress they are doing, and it is not one child which is doing. His son, his brother, sister, family, entire. So you see, if 400 people have participated, maybe 2,000-3,000 people are associated with it in one way or the other. So I felt very happy the way they are doing that thing, and the multilateral fora, you are aware, India and Mongolia relations are very close. They support our candidature in the election of various multilateral seats. We support them. Mongolia has officially declared its support for India's permanent seat in the UNSC in the joint statement which was there during the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So there is many things I can speak, but due to paucity of time, I stop here. And I have penned a couple of words. India and Mongolia, our future is turning bright. Our friendship is going higher. Our partnership is getting deeper, and we are getting stronger. So long live the friendship between India and Mongolia. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Batla.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now I invite Ambassador Ganbold Dambajav, Ambassador of Mongolia to India, to deliver the special remarks.
Thank you. Honorable Ms. Mahawar, Director of this prestigious organization. Honorable my brother in arms, Ambassador Gotsurve, also Ambassador friend. Nice to see you. Welcome. Honorable Dr. Shashi, Bala, Dr. Soni, all the relevant researchers, ladies and gentlemen, especially our guests from Mongolia. I'm happy to welcome you to Delhi. Since this year we are commemorating 70th anniversary and looking for the next 70 years, I'll try to be short, but as ambassador we have to cover all the aspects of our bilateral relations. I'm happy that our bilateral relations has a long-standing history, and we proudly call each other spiritual neighbors. It goes to many centuries ago, and of course we have a very big historical heritage, rich, very rich. And of course, to be honored to be named this thanks to our honorable, distinguished researchers, headed by the Honorable Raghavira, as well as the Lokesh Chandra, as well as our current researchers. Also, it goes to the governments of India for the valuable support for rightful membership of Mongolia to UN, which was firstly and proudly announced by the Prime Minister of India at that time, from the UN rostrum, saying that Mongolia is the rightful member. We still appreciate this valuable support. Of course, since the establishment of our bilateral relations in 55, with numerous important visits that was mentioned by my friend Gotsurve. Of course, the milestone was the visit of our Prime Minister as well as the Prime Minister Modi ji in 2015, when we started our bilateral relations, elevated to the level of spiritual partnership. I'm happy to state that our bilateral relations goes under two concepts. One is the third neighbor concept of Mongolia, as well as the Act East concept of the Indian government, which combines very well and plays very well. Since our bilateral relations today is developed under the strategic partnership stage, we have a lot of aspects of cooperation, gives us a very good basis of our cooperation. Of course, the economic cooperation is one of the most important things that we have to look and broaden and develop. We're happy that our bilateral pioneer project, important big project of oil refinery is in full swing. Given the delay of the COVID and other aspects, but last weekend I was in Hyderabad, met the leaders of the mega engineering, and I've been informed that our cooperation starting is very well, even though some delays. We expect it should be completed in a timely manner. But since we celebration of 70th anniversary is not only looking back, we have to look forward. So in economic terms, I believe our bilateral relation can be and should be enriched in many aspects of the economy, including the mining sector, as well as agriculture and tourism, at least to name a few. Other important aspect of our bilateral relations, of course, is Dharma. Religion is always one of the important pillars of bilateral relations, and I see that this cooperation is spiritualness, connectivity between our two people is growing, and I see that it will be very successful in the coming years. The aspect of our defense cooperation is in a full swing. I'm happy that I witnessed the nomadic elephant last year in Assam. It was a very impressive event, and I'm happy that our ambassador was part of the nomadic elephant this year in Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia. I'm happy to inform that since the February 2024, our embassy got the new position of defense attaché for the first time in our history. So it gives how the Mongolians gives the importance to our bilateral defense cooperation, and we expect that our Indian friends will do the reciprocal step to in this manner. Other important aspect of our bilateral cooperation, I see that in the continuation of the spiritual connectivity is education. So we are now in a discussion with the Indian government about sending probably around 1,000 English language teachers to Mongolia. The whole idea is to provide the opportunity for every Mongolian kid in every corner of Mongolia to learn English, as our Indian friends do. Because as I always praise our Indian, how you master English. You know, you master English, some of you even better than Americans or British. So I want to provide this opportunity to every Mongolian kid in Mongolia, especially in the rural area, because in Ulaanbaatar, for example, parents can afford to send their kids to private schools or they get a private tutor. But in countryside, this is one of the aspects that we should take care of, and we're still in discussion. I hope this will bring in action. It will give not only the opportunity to Mongolian kids to study English as it is, but also it will give the first-hand understanding, knowledge about India, because those teachers will bring Indian culture. Imagine Holi, Diwali in every corner, will be celebrated in every corner of Mongolia. They will bring Indian history. They will bring Indian cuisine. Even though the Indian cuisine is very popular in Mongolia. In Ulaanbaatar, we have 11, 12 Indian restaurants. I know many friends of my friends have an Indian food meal at least once in a week. So everybody goes to Indian restaurants, or at least they do the catering. So all this will be brought to every corner of Mongolia. At the same time, after the exchange, when the teachers will come back after 1-2 years, they will bring first-hand knowledge about Mongolia to Indian soil, to every corner of India. It will bring our people closer. That's what we call people-to-people relations. So when they will come back and this will relation grow, it will bring our cooperation into the new level. They will bring knowledge about each other, appropriate, right knowledge about Mongolia, who we are, as well as India, who you are. And based on that knowledge, we will build a trust. And based on this trust, we can build fruitful and broad, long-lasting cooperation. So that's how I see that this education cooperation will grow into the much bigger than this. Of course, today, as I said, we are celebrating, commemorating 70th anniversary, but we are looking for the next 70, maybe 700, or even further. So I'm happy that we have so distinguished speakers today, so I won't take much more time of the available input. So I would like to wrap up on this note, and I expect our scholars, researchers, students, participants, be open today. Please ask questions as much as possible, because there is no important questions. Only the answer should be in a much more broader manner, so everybody will get something out of our today's discussion, and we will have perspectives for our next 70, 100, whatever years we go into the future. So this is what the importance of today's event, and I would like to express again, using the opportunity, to my predecessors, 7 ambassadors of Mongolia. I was just having a discussion this morning with our 3 scholars from Mongolia, saying that out of 17 ambassadors of Mongolia to India, 4 of them were foreign ministers of Mongolia. I don't know any other countries that can say that 4 foreign ministers of Mongolia were ambassadors of Mongolia to India. Also, at the same time, I should mention our Indian ambassador to Mongolia, what they done so far. They were an enormous job. As you already said, Ambassador Kushok, we call him Ambassador Guru, Ambassador Teacher, İlçin Bakış. I don't know, I haven't heard, at least in my career as a diplomat, that ambassador is waited by the president of any country. Usually, ambassador waits for the president, while in Mongolia, Ambassador Kushok, our president, prime minister, used to wait for him. So this is how we respected him. So this is, he made enormous choice. I personally believe that his presence in Mongolia for almost 11 years, when he was ambassador in Mongolia, he gave us opportunity to overcome this shift from the communist regime to the democracy. I believe his presence was there as a, how to say it, as a very important, crucial pacifier, let's say, if I may say, use this word, when there was a call for the riot, for the struggle, fight on the street. He was the one of them who said, we have to do in a peaceful manner. He was at the very critical time when the Mongolians had nothing at the shelf of the store except the oil and salt. Nothing else. He was there to feed us, let's say, if I may use this word, feed us mentally, how we should overcome. I know this from my first-hand experience, because I was fortunate enough to be a frequent visitor to the Indian embassy at that time. Even though the ambassador Kushok was quite busy with his official duty as ambassador, as diplomat, also as a monk, religious person, he used to give me 1-2 minutes at least. He was giving me, even though it was short interaction, but he always said something nice to me, teaches me, guides me. As a young guy, young boy, teenager, students, I was, let's say, reckless. But his influence on me was enormous, so I always appreciate his presence. Of course, our ambassador, MP Singh, was one of the most important active ambassador in Ulaanbaatar. I know him very well from my family connections as well as my career connections. And we call him, I hope it's not too secret for you, we call him Red Hat because of the turban. You can see this red color in every corner of Mongolia. He was everywhere. So I would like to express our sincere appreciation to you, Ambassador. Also, I'm happy that our Atul is there right now. We were having discussion before his departure. When I go to Mongolia, you meet with him. We have a lot of discussions. I'm happy that as an engineer, career engineer, he's right now, right there in the right place. There is, since we are in India, I believe in karma. So I know that the right person, the right place, right time, that's how I see you. So we have big confidence in you that you will bring our bilateral to level. So we're looking forward to continue our cooperation. And of course, I'm looking forward to hear all the implementation the future vision. What shall we do? Because officials like ambassadors, us, we have, let's say, certain restrictions. But as a researchers, you have a freedom. You can say, you can use your, let's say, imagination. Whatever you feel needed to be said, please say to us. Spill it out so we can get it. Maybe we'll do our best to implement it today, tomorrow, I don't know. But we want to hear your open discussion, any questions, anything. I believe there is no limited area that we cannot, should not go. So feel free to be open, be active. And I would like to use this opportunity again to express our sincere appreciation to the government of Mongolia, Indian Council of World Affairs, our colleagues who was with us from the very beginning of our preparation of this important conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. For the keynote address, may I now invite Professor Lari Azad, Head of the Department of History at NREC, PG College, Khurja, UP. Sir.
First of all, I welcome all of you. While we are celebrating the 7 decades of diplomatic relations, a decade of strategic partnership, excellencies on the dais and dignitaries sitting here, I recollect few of the very good scholars, Shashi Didi and Sharad Soni ji bhai sahab. They are the giants of the researchers and scholars in Indian history and culture relating to Mongolia. Your Excellency Ganbold Dambajav ji and Your Excellency our Ambassador Atul Malhari Gotsurve ji, our former Ambassador Honorable Singh Sahab and Chair Madam Nutan Kapoor Mahawar. The last visit of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi broadened the dimensions of development in the both countries to the culmination of the imagination of any building of relations, cooperation, either on the platform of politics, economy, and our spiritual relations. As a student of history, I would love to say that today I would love to throw some virgin lights on the foundation stone on which you can make the skyscrapers of the future Indo-Mongol relations. Excellency Gotsurve ji, when I went to Mongolia, I missed to meet Honorable His Holiness Bakla Rinpoche ji. I recollect that Professor Akbir ji and Dr. Lokesh Chandra ji was very kind to me, and they gave all the books which took there. And Dr. Lokesh Chandra ji was when the chairman of ICHR. He was we were in contact. And in a very interesting thing here, some young scholars are sitting there, and I would love to give them some very important tips which are very interesting. You may have heard the more than 250 countries in the world, 257 more. But have you heard the history of Britain, history of India, history of US, and history of Japan, and history of China? There is only one country in the world, Your Excellency Damjav. There is only one country in the world which has not the history of Britain or history of India or history of USA, the secret history of Mongols. It's very interesting, my young scholars. What is the secret history of Mongols? I brought it and I translated it in Hindi, and I published a very voluminous book on Mongolia through the ages and in the last decade. And for the first time, I prepared the Hindi-Mongol dictionary during the time of Murli Manohar Joshi ji, and it was published from Ulaanbaatar. Friends, Mongolia, it's very interesting that I'm going to give a very, very important remark that when India was ruled by the colonial people, rest of the world was also ruled by the European powers, and the historians, the colonial historians around the globe, I'm not talking of the particularly of India. The colonial historians wrote the history with their own vision, and it was also racist. I know, I have studied in the original Mongolian script, in the original Persian script, in the original Tibetan script about the Genghis Khan, and he was the biggest ever founder of the biggest ever empire in one boundary, which was discarded by the European white historians who eulogized Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Napoleon Bonaparte, and the Great Britain. But the actual history, am I correct? Can you give the witness, Mr. Ulziit? Your Excellency, Mr. Dambajav, am I correct? From the river Indus to the Danube, in one boundary, the biggest ever empire was built by Genghis Khan, which was not recognized by the white European historians. It is a very great tragedy of history, and the same was repeated with India. They haven't recognized India as the greatest spiritually developed nation, because I am going to talk about the spiritual thousands of years old relation of India and Mongolia, and it is beyond dispute. Our Excellency Gotsurve ji told few names, but I would love to say that this Himalaya region was crossed not only once, twice, or thrice, not only by few scholars, not only by dozen of peoples, but by thousands and thousands of people from Mongolia and from India. Your Prime Minister, Mongol Prime Minister, has written at one place that Mongol people came from the northeast of India. His first book. The second thing, the Chief Minister of Mizoram has written a book that the northeast people came from Mongolia. I am not an anthropologist. I am a student of history. I can't claim that who came. Mongols came to India or Indian went to Mongolia. But anyway, both the populations in thousands of numbers, lakhs of numbers, crossed the Tibet, crossed the Himalayas, and they were migrating to Mongolia, from Mongolia to northeast. Scientists also recognize, there are the students of science, they know that Mongoliad race is called. One day I received a call from the former ambassador, His Excellency Odem Amdava, that Dr. Lari, please come, we have a cup of tea and we will go to, there is a vicinity in Delhi that is called Mongolpuri. I said that, yes, Your Excellency, but it is Mongolpuri, there is no Mongol there. We will go and see. Then we went there, and he wrote that in his book published from Himalaya publications. After that, you know, Mr. Ulziit speaks very beautiful Hindi. When he will speak, I would love to say that he should say something in Hindi. Your predecessor, His Excellency Ganbold, He was always talking with me on phone, and when he was inviting me to the embassy, always in Hindi he was talking. And so good in Hindi. Even the Nyamdawa's wife was so fluent in Hindi that I was started to understand. One day she invited my family, and to my young son and daughters, she was talking fluently in Hindi. So the cooperation in spiritual field, as our Excellency Gotsurve ji told that India and Mongolia, sir, I would love to add that Mongolia is our heart and India is the soul for Mongolia, the relation. When I was trading on the roads of Ulaanbaatar to Irdana to Khanti Amag to Darkhan and to Bolgan, everywhere they saw, actually a program was broadcasted by me, Namaste India. So they say and they recognize that Namaste India, and everywhere, wherever they see. And about film you said, sir, Sita and Gita, I think everybody has seen. Sita and Gita is the like the 10 Commandments, like the Ben-Hur, like the Sholay, and like the Titanic. Sita and Gita, every Mongol small child knows the Sita and Gita film. And you know that this story goes long back. Not only Buddhism, you will be started to instruct to hear that the story of Rama, the story of Vikramaditya, whom you say, Betal Pachisi, Singhasan Batisi, these type of books, these type of stories, these type of folklores and folk songs are not only read, written, rewritten, translated, transliterated and retranslated from the Tibetan, from Mongol, from Sanskrit, and from, actually they were not knowing that Sanskrit and Pali are the different. They were reading the simultaneously the Sanskrit and Pali, and they were translating it. And they were so fond of it that in even the herders, when they go to the cattle field, still today, they sing the song where the Ganges, river Ganges, Lord Rama, Lord Buddha, and Kanishka, and all the great kings of Mongolia, right from the father of Mongol nation, Genghis Khan, to Kubilai Khan, up to Bogde Khan, and you can come to the present popular statesman of Mongolia. Everybody is very fond of Indian history, Indian geography, Indian rivers, Indian mountains, Indian poetry, and whenever they talk, their face become very, very flowery. If they if they chance to see an Indian, they become happy that you are from my spiritual land, from the land of our Guru, from the land of our Buddha. Some of the very important thing I would love to tell you, just in 2 minutes, that it will give you a very important thing. As I told you, the sacred history of the Mongols, the second very important book, actually the panegyric medieval historians who wrote about that very mysterious land, which was not open for everybody. Like Karakoram was a very, very, you can say, a glorious capital of its in 1206. But that Karakoram today, which is called Harahoram, Kharkhorin, or in any way, you will go, if you will go, you will see only a ruined monastery there and nothing else. But the It was such a big monastery. I think I have seen it with Professor Ganbold, and I have seen it with Professor Shakdarin Bira. And I have seen it several times, for a dozen of times, to study that. It is one of the biggest monasteries. Even the monastery in Ulaanbaatar, made by Bakula Rinpoche, it is still as revered as His Excellency said about Gandhi Monastery, Dashi Choiling Monastery. These three are very popular in the people of Ulaanbaatar. And everywhere, in every province, I went to the borders of Russia. I went to the borders of Inner Mongolia. And everywhere I saw the ruins of monasteries. And these are very important in that they not only preserved it, but still they are so much interested from their heart and soul to build a very beautiful relation of the 4D, as you have mentioned here. I will give this paper which I have prepared for you. I would love only to say that this international conference will open a new chapter, a new dimension, to make a new think tank, to review and to get some new dimensions which our Prime Minister and the present day Mongolian statesmen, they want to build a very dynamic and dashing relations in the field of economics, politics, geography, and as you say about the direct flight, it's very interesting. When I was going, then there was only two options. One was by Uzbek Airlines going to Tashkent and then to Beijing and then to Mongolia. And the second was by Aeroflot going to Moscow and waiting for 24 hours and then from Moscow to Ulaanbaatar. And you will be surprised to know that nobody was knowing the OM Airlines. OM. OM. Ongust Mongol. It is the short form of Ongust Mongol is the government airlines. Mongol Airlines is called the OM Airlines. Its code are OM. So I went to Kuala Lumpur, from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing to Ulaanbaatar, but really, I have seen more than 100 countries, over than 100 countries, but really, Mongolia, whenever I have seen it, it is fascinating. It is a fairy land for you. You may have read the stories of the unicorn and the fairies and the stories of folk tales and folklores. But if you will go to Mongolia, those who haven't seen Mongolia, to them I can say, you will go to America, you will go to New York, and you will go to Shanghai, you will go to Paris, everywhere I have seen. Nothing will give you but when you will go to Ulaanbaatar and when you will go to deep in the Gobi deserts and towards the Lake Baikal, you will find a world of wonderful land. Today I would love to say my last words here that India and Mongolia are like heart and soul. Our bilateral relations in every field are as important as we can change the strategy of the Southeast Asia, because Mongolia has also suffered from Russia and China. We have also suffered from this belt, but Tibet has always, in last 3,000 years, has played a very important role. We have crossed the Himalayas, they have crossed the Himalayas. We have pierced, we are still preserved, we are still have a sacrosanct position in the mind and soul of Mongolians, and we Indians love Mongolia, Mongolian history, Mongolian culture, and Mongolian people as our own brethren. That is my message to all of you to this conference. May this conference be fruitful. The new researchers, the new scholars think over the new dimensions of economic trade, direct flights, tourism, because tourism towards Mongolia, nobody thinks. But you can go to any place in the world, but you will not see the wonders which Mongolia still has. So, today I pray from God, for the betterment of the both countries, for the good relations, and not only the good relations, but the relations which is the dream of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which has always given a new direction to every thinker, whether he is a historian, he is a writer, he is a philosopher, he is an economist, he is geographer, he is anthropologist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Now, we'll now have the recitation of a Mongolian poem by students, courtesy of the Embassy of Mongolia. So,
Ashish, can you explain about our poem?
Yeah. So, what the meaning of this poem is the highlands of the high and beautiful region of the Khenti Khangai Soyuni, the restored mountain of the north, Menen Sarga nomini other big Dukovis, and the stone dunes seen dominated the south, and this is my hometown, the beautiful country of Mongolia.
thank you so much. We will now be having a tea coffee break at the foyer, and I request the dignitaries present also to kindly make their way for a group photo. And after the break, we will begin the session 1. We can have the photo first, yeah. And the one more thing, ma'am, the Embassy of Mongolia wants to just give some felicitations. Yeah. Thank you. To begin our first session on India and Mongolia, regional and global perspectives, we have Ambassador Ganbold Dambajav. Ambassador of Mongolia to India is chair for the session. For the panelists, we have Professor Shashi Bala, Dr. Sumiya Chuluunbaatar, and Professor Sharad Kumar Soni. At the end, there will be a brief Q&A session, which will be moderated by the chair. I request Ambassador Dambajav to kindly begin the proceedings.
Thank you. First of all, it's my pleasure to chair this important session, which goes under the theme India-Mongolia Regional and Global Perspectives. I'm happy that in this important session we have such an honorable panelist, Professor Shashi Bala, Dr. Sumiya Chuluunbaatar, as Professor Sharad Kumar Soni. I'm happy to have you on board. In terms of our regional and global perspectives, we would like to hear from our honorable panelists what they see in our bilateral relations in the regional as well as the global perspectives, because in the modern day, we cannot say that our bilateral relations is only bilateral, because the things that we do, we talk, discuss, we implement between our two countries will somehow affect the regional status as well as the global perspectives. Keeping in mind that India today is a global player, it has a big representative in the world arena. Of course, it's greatly due to the Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, who is well recognized, acknowledged around the world. Nowadays, we see he's in Canada, participating in the G7. Also, we have to keep in mind that India is one of the important voices of the global south. The policy that the Indian government is implementing is affecting the world relations, and I'm happy that our bilateral relations at the international fora comes beyond our bilateral issues. It comes to the international level. We support each other on many international elections, including the UN ECOSOC, ESCAP, as well as the Security Council goes to that. Of course, on the bilateral level, the connectivity is one of the important aspects between our two relations, and I'm happy to announce that in October of this year, we started the direct flight between Mongolia and India, which will be conducted by the Khurja Air, and we hope that I'm confident at least that this bilateral direct flight will bring our connectivity between our two countries to a new level. You probably all aware that Air India started a flight to North America using the Mongolian airspace, which gives also good chance to the future connectivity between our two countries. And I'm confident that your valuable input in today's discussion, and as well as the questions from our young audience, active participants, will enrich our discussions. And without further delay, I would like to ask Professor Shashi Bala to start her remarks to these important discussions. You have the floor, please, Madam.
Sorry for being in this situation. My laptop may discharge.
So, on one sec, sorry, on a organizational matter, because we kind of late on schedule, so I was instructed that every speaker has 7 minutes, and please time the manner. All about the questions, please introduce yourself and make questions simple and short. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, Mr. Ganbold, all the distinguished scholars, Excellencies, former ambassadors, Director of the ICWA, all of you. Namaskar to all of you. Before giving my presentation, I thought let me just clarify a few things. And as the Indian ambassador in Mongolia said, and also the Mongol ambassador in India, he agrees that we should take it as an opportunity for some new researches to find some new pathways to enhance the friendship. Of course, India and Mongolia are cultural, spiritual friends, not only for centuries, but for millennia. The first encounter of Mongols with Indians is recorded when Ashoka was there in Khotan. On one side of Khotan was on one side because towards in Khotan was Ashoka, and on the other side were Mongols, and that was the first encounter when Buddhism reached Mongolia. So we should keep that in mind. There was always a conflicting situation between the Chinese and the Indians for Khotan. Okay, thank you. So, I have taken some notes from the speech given by His Excellency, the Indian Ambassador in Mongolia. He spoke about the membership of Mongolia in the UN, and I would just inform you that it was Dr. Raghuvira behind it. And at that time, the political high-profile figures in Mongolia and also the scholars, they used to say that each time you do something, one finger is out. Means he was trying one by one to release Mongolia from many challenging situations. And after him, it is Dr. Lokesh Chandra, and I would be thankful. I think it is a blessing for me to be here carrying forward the legacy of the two generations, Dr. Lokesh Chandra and Raghuvira. My first encounter with Mongolia happened in 1967 when I was just 11 years old. I knew nothing about the world. My father had gone to Mongolia with Dr. Lokesh Chandra as a member of the delegation, and he brought back mesmerizing memories, his impressions, his experiences from Mongolia, which I don't have time to explain. Number two was that our friend spoke about some Araji Buji and Vetal Pachisi and Gisan Khan and the narrative literature in Mongolia. There is no comparative study, I think, so far done. It should be done. For example, how many stories do we have in India of Raja Bhoj? And what kind of stories do they have? I, as a child, used to read all those because Dr. Raghuvira had published Araji Buji, the stories of Raja Bhoj, and it was in my father's library. So, it is accepted by scholars that Mongols are the descendants of Maudgalyayana, a disciple of Dr. Raghuvira. Then when monasteries were destroyed, yes, of course, Dr. Lokesh Chandra was very closely in touch, and His Excellency has brought this catalogue by Professor Rinchin. Professor Rinchin was working very closely with Dr. Raghuvira. bringing out this catalog. It was prepared. This catalog was prepared in 4 volumes, but during the life of Professor Rinchen, only 3 parts of this catalog could be published. The 4th was lying as manuscript in Dr. Lokesh Chandra's collection, and 2-3 years ago I have edited and republished the whole catalog because it is not available anymore. So I'll present some time to the ICWA. Yeah, this is the catalog. Now it is reprinted. This was originally in 4 volumes, and because Professor Rinchen passed away in 1975, and after that 1 part was left. So I have the manuscript, and I want to present it to the Mongols because the respect that they have for Professor Rinchen, they would be happy to have his manuscript. Now, he also spoke about Kanjur when Ambassador MP Singh ji is here, and during one of my visits when he was ambassador in Mongolia, we discussed about Kanjur and Tanjur, because in every monastery, whether it's Mongol or Tibetan, they have their sacred texts. But when I visited the newly built monasteries, yes, monasteries are rebuilt, but they don't have the sacred text. So it was I was very touched by it. I thought we should do something, India should do something. And this whole set of Kanjur, 108 volumes, because was sent to Mongolia. Ambassador MP Singh told me that there are 70 monasteries which need these sets. So coming back, I tried hard to get some funds from the ministry. And finally it was done. And successfully it could reach. There was a big challenge to even to send it, to transport it by ship or what to do. So anyway, that Kanjur thing is done. So it is 108 volumes. It was initially published from the thick xylographs by Dr. Lokesh Chandra. It was very challenging because the xylograph itself was older than 300 years. And the ink that they had used is vermilion color. So with time, paper had turned yellow and ink had faded. So even UNESCO has rejected that we can't reprint it. Then Dr. Lokesh Chandra took the challenge, and I was there. And it was done in 70s as a young girl, so enthusiastic. I used to work on the this metallic sheets used to come to his house for cleaning and all these things. So I was involved at that time also. So this is the only copy that was given by Chou Enlai, Prime Minister Chou Enlai, to Dr. Raghuvira during his visit to China. You see, Kublai Khan, the grandson of Genghis Khan, was ruling China, you know. And during his time, he did a lot of things for Buddhism. One of the most important that I think every Indian should know is that he got the Sanskrit mantra written on the Great Wall of China for the defense of the country. And this is Ushnish Vijayadharani. And it still exists in 6 scripts. Thousands of people go every day, but who knows that there is a Sanskrit inscription on the Great Wall of China. Dr. Raghuvira had brought an stampage of that, and I have it. Anytime anybody needs, we can work on it. So second thing is very important and very famous is the Lama temple there in Beijing that was built and still exists, and it preserves a lot of cultural I shouldn't say items because they are all divine statues, paintings, and the monastery, the temple itself is very, very famous in China. So many people go out of devotion. So the main contribution of India as a spiritual leader was spirituality, was Buddhism. And people all over Asia or even in other world, but I'm talking about Asia only, that most of the countries, they were building tombs. But when Indian culture reached there, when the Buddhist acharyas, masters, pilgrims, they reached there, in all these countries, there was a shift from temple culture, tomb culture to temple culture. One thing that I want Indians to, next thing, Kanjur. After Kanjur, it should be, Ambassador Singh was just reminding me about Tanjur, because Kanjur is a collection of 108 volumes, and Tanjore comprises of 225. We need a bigger budget for that, so I was just smiling, can we have that budget? And really, we would love to do a republication of Tanjore. That is very important for Indian side also, because there are more than 5,000 Sanskrit texts that are translated into Mongol language, and many of them have disappeared from India forever. The lost Sanskrit texts can be recovered from Mongolian to Sanskrit, or of course Sanskrit. So I give you just one example. When I was working on Sanskrit manuscripts from Indonesia, I checked the catalogue of Tibetan Tanjore, and there were 49 Sanskrit grammatical texts. I made a list and I want to see the historian who had written the history of Sanskrit grammar. He said many of them are not even known by name to us. So the same texts are there in Mongol language. If they are retranslated, if they can be retrieved, it will be a great contribution of Mongolia to India, that they present India the lost Sanskrit texts. We can work on it. Then digitization of Kanjur. Yes, you see, as I told you, that first time Kanjur was published by Dr. Lokesh Chandra in 70s, and now what digitization has been done recently is just digitization of the printed version, not the xylographs. Xylographs are still there, but he doesn't have Tanjore. Tanjore we have to find out. Then we can find many many future areas for collaboration, especially we were talking about increase in tourism and active policy. There are a few things that should be done. I have some projects in my mind. Number one is a very good film. I have all the details, the plans of a good documentary film on Indo-Mongol relations, because Mongolians, they don't have any seashore, and Indians, they do not have any idea. Only by visiting, after visiting, we can understand what is Mongolia, how beautiful is it. So once unless people know about it, they won't be attracted as tourists. So there should be more knowledge, more we should, at least through a film we can show. Then correction of some narratives is very much required. I give you just one or two examples. Number one is about Chinggis Khan. You talk to any Indian about Chinggis Khan, he doesn't have very good impression, because they think Chinggis Khan was an invader and this and that, but they don't know that how spiritual was Chinggis Khan. When his army used to go to war, they used to carry trishulas. And still there are trishulas used, for example, in Nadam festival also. Many places you will see, ambassador is here. So you can see many things there. When I saw the documentary of their wedding ceremony, I could see so many similarities. They are not direct, but one has to understand. For example, one was that keeping fire, Agnihotra, is almost disappeared in India. There are just a few families who are still holding that tradition of maintaining, keeping that fire for the whole life from generation to generation. And what is that fire and why it is so important and how it is there in Mongolia, we have to, later we can discuss on it. So one thing is Mongol Puri. I think Ambassador was talking about Mongol Puri. Many Indians are attracted towards why Mongol Puri. So you say, and he said there is no Mongol in Mongolpuri. Yes, I agree. But when I look at the history, I found that Mongols came as soldiers. They were very good fighters. So many kings, many emperors used to have them, hire them, invite them from Mongolia to be there in their armies. When they came here, who was ruling? I'm just forgetting. Alauddin Khilji. So he was killing people, like just slaughtering people. And there were Mongols there. And this is my assumption. I'm not sure. I haven't done any research. Maybe because Mongols were spiritually oriented, Mongols were Buddhist, and they didn't want to kill Indians. Maybe. So we have to do some research, and all the Mongols were killed at that time. So who were the Mongols killed there? I think, again, just an assumption, it is an hypothesis, that they were killed because they disagreed to kill Indians. So this narrative should be checked. Then Khan and Khagan. Whenever we say Khan, people have just an impression that that means they are Muslims. Mongols are not Muslims. It is a title. So people do not know that what kind of title Khan and Khagan mean and how it was taken by the Muslims. Another narrative that has to be checked is Mughals. Mughals. There is no ethnic group called Mughals. There was no. Later on, when these people, they said, we are also Mongols, because Mongols were so famous, they were so brave, they were good fighters. They declared, we are also Mongols. So Mughal is from Mongol. So there is no such ethnic group, actually. And all the Turkish manuscripts before Babur are Buddhist. So there are many things that are to be checked and researched. So earliest context I said happened during time of Ashoka. Yes, he spoke about Sanskrit and also Hindi. There are many words. Even we have adopted Hindi words in Hindi from Mongol, like coat. Nagar coat. This coat is Mongol. Then there are a few more words that I can give you a list about this. And also the sentence structure is very similar. It's so easy for an Indian who knows Hindi to learn Mongol. Then he talked about medical tourism. Mongols have their own herbal system. They have their own Ayurveda. Yes, of course, Ayurveda went from India to different countries, but wherever it went, it developed according to, it did in different ways. So Mongol Ayurveda is different than other Ayurveda in other countries. What we can do is medical tourism can include Ayurveda and naturopathy also. And whenever I go to Mongolia, I think of golf course. I don't know why there is no such tourism. People in India are so fascinated. They are so passionate about this. Then one more point that I want to share with you is there was, once I was in Xi'an in China, we hired an interpreter. She was Mongol. Oh, I was so happy to have a Mongol with us the whole day. I said, are you Buddhist? She said, no, my parents are Buddhist, but not me. I said, how? When your parents are Buddhist and you, not you? See, she said, my mother says if you don't have time to chant sutras, you can't be a Buddhist. I said, but Buddha never said so. I am a Hindu. If I have time to go to a temple or chant something, I do otherwise also. The whole day she had hundreds of questions. And finally, when she said goodbye, she said, I'll be Buddhist again. So that gave me a clue. She said, all my friends like me, they have so many confusions, questions to understand what is Buddhism, what is spirituality. So what I think is that if there is more interaction with the youth, then maybe they would whatever questions they have, maybe people like scholars, they can reply, and we can start something. So earlier ambassador, your predecessor, Mr. Ganbold, I had discussed with him about Ayurveda. Of course, you have Ayurveda, but I was talking about food and nutrition. So we launch small short-term courses, 3 months, 6 months, just to give just an introductory idea that what people should eat and in which combinations, when, and who should eat what, because everything is not good. Everything good is not good for everybody, and eating in wrong combinations is not good for health. So, and then he spoke about President and Prime Minister waiting for Kushak Bakula Rinpoche. Yes, of course. Yes, if you have seen the flag of Mongolia, there are two main pillars. One represents dharma, other represents state. So dharma without state and state without dharma doesn't work. Shastra Shastra cha Kaushalam. And Mongolia is the best country that has maintained this up to the national level, taking it as a part of their flag that is called Swayambhu. So that is why you see state and dharma are equal. So President and Prime Minister waiting for Rinpoche is not a surprise. Translation of books is also required. Not much has been done. Okay. So there is a lot that we can share, but I think my time is over. I couldn't just share my notes that I have brought something. So when we talk about, we can start from Chinggis Khan for coming to his sons and grandsons and all those, and how Pakspa, the Tibetan teacher, was there, how UHs, how the Tibetan monks were working as secretaries in Mongolia, Mongolian court, and all these things. How and Chenlung, I would like to, although he was Manchu, but Chenlung collected all the Sanskrit mantras available in China, got them transcribed into 4 different scripts. One is Mongol, Tibetan, Manchu, and Chinese. Those texts are published by Dr. Lokesh Chandra and Raghuvira in 22 volumes. There are more than 10,000 Sanskrit mantras in that. I don't know if there is any such collection in India. And that collection took a long time, of course, to collect and got it transcribed and then printed. And that he presented, Chenlung presented to his mother on his 80th birthday, because when one becomes 80 years, that becomes Sahasra Chandradarshi. So that is something very, very important. So that we have those in Mongol script also, because there are 4. So that should be transcribed, and it will be a good gift, I think, from the Mongols to India, because India, I do not know, we have or not. So there's a lot to talk about, the narratives, the scholars, the what kind of manuscripts do they have, how they have Om, how they have Ali Kali Bicharam, and how Swayambhu, the meaning of Swayambhu is itself very, very interesting. People in India, I think everybody should know about it. What is the importance of the Mongol flag? I'm so fascinated. So anyway, Ganesha, Saraswati, these deities are worshipped in Mongolia from when we do not know, but there is a lot that has to be discussed. As I said, that there are 108 thick, big volumes of Kanjur and also Tanjur. The wooden, because on top and bottom they have wooden boards. So on the wooden boards there are beautiful paintings, and all those paintings have a lot to tell us. How is Mongolia so highly intellectual? You see the per capita intellectual, because we talk in the income terms, na? But per capita intellectual, what should I say, the intellect is so high in Mongolia. We can never think about it. People, common people, Dr. Raghuvira has written that even the people who were having rearing the animals, they knew Panini. Panini is still so much used in Mongolia, even today. I have met some scholars, like so many of them. So it's a great pleasure to be here to discuss a few things. I'm sorry that I want to honor time, so I just finish here. I'm thankful to all of you for organizing this and giving us a chance to discuss about some future projects, because we are here to do something for the future generations also. Now it's time for us to give what we can, the vision, the mission, the knowledge, whatever we have, should be passed on to the next generation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Shpola. Please provide us the full version of your interaction so we can print it on the book. So I'd like now invite Dr. Sumiya Chuluunbaatar, who is a Mongolian scholar from the Mongolian Academy of Science and specialized in international relations with the aspect of the Mongolian regional diplomacy and his focus on geopolitical and security dynamics in Eurasia. You have a floor, please. Thank you.
My name is Sumiya Chuluunbaatar. Okay. Distinguished guests, His Excellency ambassadors, and scholars, and friends and students. I'm truly honored to stand before you today, commemorate 7th anniversary of establishing diplomatic between Mongolia and India International Conference. Over this, I think something. Okay. Over these 7 decades, our two nations have traversed a remarkable journey, witnessing the ebb of flow of global politics and forging a relation between both rich in history and full of promise future of relations. As all scholars all talk about is just 1955. All talking about is Mongolia and establishing diplomatic relations. So just I don't want to waste my time, just talk these things. And 1961, and just India supports Mongolia to join to United Nations. Yeah. We have shared principles and vision. Yeah. I just want to say it's Cold War area, just we have cultural educations, have bridges, the balancing of global priorities. The time is Cold War area, just that time is not easy. As Soviet Union and China, have just some problems, and Mongolia and India, we have good ties at that time. And also I just want to just see that this is in 1994, we have signed this friendship and cooperation treaty that is just good for our relations. And also just then President Naskim Bhagwan visit to India. There we signed this defense cooperation agreement. That is just it has a military collaboration. Now it's just almost gone as 25 years. So just we have a lot of things, and also just Prime Minister Narendra Modi landmark visit to Mongolia. This is first time to Mongolia. This is also just for Mongolia's elevated our relation to strategic partnership. I mean, just India have I saw is in Google it, and India have just 30 strategic partnership with other countries. As Mongolia is one of this. And also, see, as UN peacekeeping missions, we have some collaborations, and some kind of promote peace, security, sustainable development. We have some cooperation. I mean, just United Nations is as our just. I just want to say is we always support to India to join as a non-permanent member of United Nations Security Council. We always support. Maybe 2 times we support, but as Mongolia, we want to like. Recently, we joined like in UN Human Rights Councils, maybe next time we going to head into non-permanent member of United Nations Security Council, like Nepal. India recently supported 2 times to join Nepal. Nepal joined to National Security Council. Maybe next time, if possible, India maybe just support to Mongolia to join Mongolia non-permanent member of National Security Council of United Nations. Next is Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Also, just we can cooperate in that field. Is as exchanges of Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Mongolia, India have unique opportunity for regional cooperation. That is maybe tourism and other kind of we can cooperate over there. And also economic cooperation I saw is just Mongolia, India last year trade like is just almost 1 billion USD. So just we have a lot of potential cooperation with trade. And I just want to say like is Mongolia, India, why we don't just talk about this FTA or economic partnership agreement? Maybe this one is just boost for our trade or something. We have some experience between is Japan and Mongolia. We have signed as Japan and Mongolia. We have signed an economic partnership agreement. Now it's just our trade is almost 1.5 billion USD, almost 10 times a trade scale. So just there have some potential things, some regional influence, yeah. I just want to say is fostering deeper bonds, people-to-people exchange. One is just cultural understanding. Mongolia in India, we don't understand each other. Frankly said, like that. As we should rebranding our relation. We don't know about this Mumbai. We don't know about Bollywood. Yeah. We don't understand as West India. We almost just understand just like as old, conservative, traditional India. We should be do like is new chapter of our relation. Should be maybe there is possible. We should open as consulate of Mongolia just open in Mumbai or Chennai or Calcutta. Yeah, it's kind of like Russia have 4 consulate in India. There's a Chennai, Kolkata, and Mumbai. So just why we don't try like this kind of like, we always talk about this Buddhism and always talk about epics. Sometimes we need just talk about new things, fresh things, and also just there have a lot of new next generation. We should be people to people exchanges, most important things. And educational level, artistic, and tourism. So why we don't go to Goa? Goa is nice beach. Why we don't go to just see this is Mumbai? Yeah. I'm youngest guy. I just understand these things. Yeah, maybe. And also I just want to say like is in the political party dialogues. Why is we don't understand this? Who's next Indian leader? Who's next Indian political star? We don't know. You guys also doesn't know about this Mongolian politics star and Mongolian political leaders. So I just want to say, we should understand BGP. Who's BGP? Who's Congress Party? Who's is Mongolia's People's Party, MPP? Who's is Mongolia's Democratic Party? We should just political party dialogue establish and talk about this youngest leaders exchange or talks, and then after just we got it. Who's is Indian next leader? Who's the Mongolian leader? That is most important things. Then after just we talk and about trade, economic things, and also that things. And I just want to say like this one. We should be rebranding our relation. Yeah. Yeah, is it Moody's in 2015 in Mongolia. He's trying to arc. Yeah, we have sustained growth. Yeah, it's most things. 70 years of Mongolia in the diplomatic relations, and we should do like its global and regional impact things. Yeah, and also I just want to say, deepen people-to-people ties. Most important things. Not talk about this medical tourism. We should be like is just as political party things, or we have long relations between Russia and China political parties. Why we don't talk about this is we should be understand is who's BGP's leaders, who's Congress leaders. Yeah, that is most important things. Yeah, that is my. I'm just talk about this.
Thank you, Dr. Sumiya. I'm happy that we have new generation has such a worries about our future cooperation and have some valuable insights for us. So now I would like to ask the Professor Sharad Soni, Kumar Soni, to share your views on our topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Ambassador Ganbold. Let me also express my thankfulness to DG Nutan Kapoorji and her team who provided me chance to speak today. I'm really glad, at least dedicated conference on India-Mongolia is being held in Sapru House. I have very fond memories with the Sapru House. I would like to share, my MPhil was on India-Mongolia relations, 1955 to 1989. And this was the place where I did my MPhil, basically. In those days, 1990, I finished my MPhil. It was very difficult to collect material on Mongolia. So this was the Sapru House library where I sat and did because there was no internet and all this thing. You have to consult the material. From dust, I used to take out material and then note it down on my notebook. So I'm really thankful to this building. Another important thing I would like to highlight about this building is that so far as India-Mongolia relations are concerned, the first interaction between India and Mongolia in modern times took place in this building when the Asian Relations Conference was held in March 1947, from 1st March to 3rd March, and 3 delegations from Mongolia was also invited. So that's the importance of this building. Now let me speak about the subject, since the topic of this panel is India and Mongolia, regional and global perspectives. So I'm not going to repeat whatever has been said. I would say, India and Mongolia are celebrating 70 years of the establishment of their diplomatic relations. That culminates on 24th December 2025. One can witness that the two countries have come a long way in the last 7 decades in terms of, deepening their relationship, including an elevation of their bilateral ties from comprehensive partnership to a strategic partnership during the first ever visit of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji to Mongolia a decade ago. However, Before strategic partnership was concluded, India occupied a prominent place among the identified third neighbors in Mongolia's 2011 revised foreign policy. On this count, India's standing in Mongolia's foreign policy lies into fact that it has been perceived by Mongolia as its third neighbor in both regional and global contexts, especially given the role that India has been playing in promoting a multipolar security structure in Asia. The Mongolians acknowledge India's positive influence on them through Buddhism since time immemorial. You know, Buddhism not only helped the hitherto scattered and nomadic Mongols become united and civilized, but also facilitated the Mongols to learn about various dimensions of Indian philosophy and applied knowledge such as astrology, poetry, art, medicine, etc. Such a strong cultural relationship along with political and diplomatic ties helped the two sides to build a strategic partnership that has been continuing well, and hence India can well be called Mongolia's strategic third neighbor in regional and global perspectives, keeping in mind the current international scenario. You know, you see, of late the geopolitical restructuring in the global landscape has had significant impact on the regional order in which Eurasia and the Indo-Pacific have been witnessing unprecedented developments. Such restructuring in Eurasia has resulted due to a shift in Russia's Eurasian strategy that includes consolidating the former Soviet space, restoring influence in Central Europe, building a strong alliance with China, and limiting Western influence in the continental heartland. Russia has also engaged itself in a geopolitical competition with the Western powers over the sphere of influence in Ukraine. At the same time, the United States and its allies in the Indo-Pacific region are balancing against rising China. As such, geopolitics today has become a complex mix of alliances and rivalries, with overlapping bilateral, regional, and other types of institutional groupings. Now, emergence of this kind of geopolitical situation has unfolded varied opportunities and as well as challenges for the stakeholders, including the small states, having vulnerability to changes in the external environment. Mongolia is one such a small state that has had direct bearing due to its unique landlocked geographical location as a buffer between Russia and China. As in the past, protection of sovereignty and territorial integrity amid a challenging regional security environment is still the main priority of contemporary Mongolia. Its foreign policy therefore focuses on maneuvering between two strategies. Number one, the good neighbor policy with Russia and China, and the third neighbor policy with other influential countries of the region and the world. Therefore, a remarkable turnaround has also been seen in Mongolia's relationship with its third neighbors when Mongolia entered into a strategic partnership with them, beginning with Japan in 2010, to expanding it with India in 2015, with the USA in 2019, with South Korea in 2021, with Germany 2024, with Kazakhstan 2024, and the latest is Turkey in 2025. Such expanding strategic partnership with third neighbors is a clear indication that this diplomacy serves to reinforce Mongolia's sovereignty, bolster its economic resilience, and subtly balance regional power dynamics. This is despite having a comprehensive content in a strategic partnership with China, which was signed in 2015, and with Russia, which was signed in 2019, which is indeed a balancing act on the part of Mongolia, giving a guarantee that neither Moscow nor Beijing could dominate Mongolia excessively. Now, talking about India and Mongolia, though an elevation of their relationship into a strategic partnership is influenced by several factors, India's willingness to have its presence felt in Northeast Asia is also one of the key aspects. This is more so because Northeast Asia remains a major factor in India's strategic vision in the East Asia region. As such, Mongolia has become an important entity in India's Act East policy. Given that Mongolia provides a potential access route into Siberia's untapped resource-rich region, it factors importantly into India's energy security quest, especially when India has embarked on its eastward energy engagements, where Northeast Asia stands tall as being one of the fastest growing energy markets. On regional and multilateral issues, there is a commonality of views between the two countries. They are committed to enhance their cooperation on issues, particularly those related to peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region, including through enhanced interaction at various multilateral forums. India, on its part, visualizes a positive role for Mongolia in regional affairs, particularly in Central Asia and, as I highlighted, Northeast Asia. These two regions are vital for India in terms of reconnecting with both the regions. In this respect, Mongolia's role could be important for India, considering Mongolia being something of a hinge between the two regions, Central Asia and Northeast Asia. Close cooperation at regional security organizations like Shanghai Cooperation Organization and Ulaanbaatar Dialogue Initiative on Northeast Asian security, I think would go a long way in building confidence and mutual understanding on inter-regional cooperation between India and Mongolia. The latest UBD has just concluded, which I was also supposed to attend, but due to my preoccupations, I did not go. This June month is very important in Mongolia, so far as India-Mongolia relations are concerned, both in bilateral terms and in regional and global terms. Like, in the first week of June, Ulaanbaatar dialogue took place. Just now, this bilateral exercise, military exercise, got over on 13th June, and from 14th June, conquest has started, which is still going on. So now, interestingly, different cooperative mechanisms in the form of democratic trilateral relationship are being talked about also. Such as, I would give example, this has been written by US scholars, US-Japan-Mongolia trilateral relationship, which is connected to the Indo-Pacific strategy. Yet, I would suggest, it would be viable if Mongolia explores the strategic and diplomatic opportunities to initiate a quadrilateral cooperation with the US, Japan, and India. It would help Mongolia utilize the full potential of its strategic partnership with these three, initial key strategic third neighbors for regional peace within the Indo-Pacific security framework. Another major concern is related to energy transition in the form of renewable energy. Today, India is the world's third largest producer of renewable energy, with further expansion underway. India's success in scaling up solar energy will be beneficial for Mongolia. Mongolia has barren land with potential of having abundance of solar energy, and with the help of India, it can itself scale up. Wind energy is another area, which can be produced in Mongolia in abundance, and hence cooperation in renewable energy is solicited. Yet another important sector of cooperation between the two sides is in defense and security, because Mongolia perceives its proximity with India as not only a window to the outside world, but also as a factor to balance China. In recent years, both Mongolia and India have shown their commitments to conduct joint military exercises, as I already said about nomadic elephant. India has been providing training, so I am not going into detail because other scholars in the morning, you also spoke, and Ambassador Gotsurve has also spoke about this multinational exercises. I would say on the economic front, Indian companies have a lot to do in Mongolia by exploring opportunities in Mongolia's mining sector through joint ventures and investment. The mining boom Mongolia is experiencing will be decisive for Mongolia's economic growth in future, which further depends on the exploration of 170 billion tons of coal, 205 million tons of petroleum, and 68,000 tons of uranium reserves, where India is very much required. Who knows, but future relations between India and Mongolia could well be underpinned by economic cooperation led by the mining industry. The beginning has already been made, considering that India has taken a significant initiative to build the first ever ore refinery in Mongolia. Also on this topic, also I am not going into detail. But in the morning I was listening Ambassador Gotsurve. He said some says 55% or some says 70%. Yeah, exactly. It would be around 60-65% dependence. It would reduce dependence on Russia. At present, more than 90% of petroleum products is being imported by Mongolia. So it will be a major achievement, given the fact that both India and Mongolia are cooperating in this field. Now to conclude, I would say in the face of ongoing geopolitical restructuring that the Eurasia and the Indo-Pacific regions are witnessing, and its likely impact on Mongolia, the key motives behind expanding on strengthening Mongolia as a strategic third neighbor partnerships remain the growing security concerns due to the fear of over-dependence on Russia and China. In particular, the potential threat from the economic cloud that pushed Mongolia to prioritize its diplomacy for highest level of external engagement that enhances its autonomy in global engagement as well. These engagements with individual strategic third neighbor partners, including India, also show significant progress in Mongolia's regional outlook, besides demonstrating the strategic significance of the third neighbor policy. Having said that, I would also say that India and Mongolia, both on bilateral as well as multilateral levels, can expect better prospects for their strategic partnership in the years ahead, given that they are also spiritual neighbors with traditionally deep-rooted partnership based on Buddhism and its core philosophy as part of Indian civilization. I thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Professor Soni. It was very insightful information. I'll just follow in your, before our guests will come up with questions, I have some idea. I mean, following your suggestion about the bilateral discussions on the international level. Yes, India is a very active participant of the UB dialogue, and now in Mongolia is also for the last, at least for the last 4 years, we are active participating in the Regina dialogue. So we in talk with the ORF, the organizers of the Regina dialogue, to arrange the Ulaanbaatar forum. So it will be another avenue for us to continue the discussion on the regional and global affairs. So I would like to now give the floor to our young researchers and anybody who is interested. Please approach the table whenever it's possible to the microphone and introduce yourself and pose the question. Yes, probably. We need a microphone. Mike, okay, please.
Thank you for the wonderful discussion, sir. I am Bhagmita Bhattakur, a PhD scholar from BITS Pilani, currently working on India, Japan in Northeast India. And in the rounds of discussion, we heard the mention of Northeast and the cultural affinities that Mongolia shares, as well as the geographical proximity of Northeast. How does Mongolia perceives Northeast India in India and Mongolia relations? And the second part of the question is regarding the trilateral that was mentioned. And since Japan is a partner both for India and Mongolia, is there a possibility in the near future in terms of a trilateral of India, Japan, and Mongolia in terms of Japan's ODA of infrastructure?
Answer one question to our Mongolian researcher, another one to our Indian researcher.
We can take 3 questions together.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I am a research intern here. So my question is to the professor. How do you see Mongolia as a middle state between US and China's rivalry, or between US and Russia rivalry? And my question to the ambassador is, our bilateral relations have strengthened, but where do you see the two countries on a multilateral front, like be it Shanghai Cooperation Organization or the International Solar Alliance?
So, well, first, please you can forward Northeast India.
What was your question, right? Northeast India and Mongolia relations. Тэр нөгөө хойдлын хэсэг баг те. Тэ харилцааг яаж би okay. I'm not just India specialist, India-Mongolian relations. but this is my first time in India, and I just want to say we should be understand is just whole Indian things, not to just talk about this just Northeast India and Mongolian relations. In terms of religion, I just want to say repeatedly said we should be understand each other firstly, especially as youngest generation, and then just always just India-Mongolia relations is mentioned about is Buddhist religion is maybe I just want to say we should be rebranding about this our relations. Just we always talk about this Buddhism. It is not easy to just develop our relation is elevated. Our relation is next level. Just this is maybe just fundamental of our relations, but this is we should be just rebranding is these things. Yeah.
Just to follow the question, enrich at a couple of aspects, let's say. As a person who's been to 3, 4 northeastern states, I see a lot of great potential there on developing bilateral relations. But because of the, let's say, distance and limited access of understanding, knowledge about each other, there is some the things that we have to overcome. So we're talking about bringing students from Northeast Asia to Mongolia, Northeast India to Mongolia, as well as the Mongolians to Northeast Asia. So they have to understand the uniqueness of the area. Otherwise, people don't acknowledge that much. So we have a lot of work to do, I would say that way.
Just a little bit, I'll explain about Northeast Asia. Northeast India, Ambassador Ganbold has already explained. You understand what Mongolia perceives. But about Northeast Asia, you see, East Asia is divided into 2 parts. Not only Southeast Asia, normally, in a School of International Studies, in my university, they think, But, when the Lucist policy was there, it focused on Southeast Asia only. So the Actist policy, when it was, the Lucist policy was replaced by Actist policy, the idea was to take into consideration the importance of, Northeast Asia. And since Northeast Asia, in Mongolia's point of view, is its regional third neighbor, it ultimately came into India's imagination also. Especially for, as I said during my, presentation, energy security purposes. I have also written one paper on this. I'll give you the details. You can read it about India, Northeast Asia. India's energy security in Northeast Asia. Northeast Asia is a region where there are only 2 countries which are the supplier, energy suppliers. That is Russia and Mongolia. Other as consumers. So that is how Northeast Asia is important for both Mongolia and India.
Can I add something?
And about trilateralism. Yeah, please. Yeah, you tell. About trilateralism, you were saying, I was telling, the US scholars, they were saying, she's also my friend, Dr. Alicia Campi. She's a very famous Mongolist, She had been talking about, Mongolia, US and Japan trilateralism in the context of Indo-Pacific. And then I refuted. Whatever I spoke today, I already, talked to her. No, you should also include India. Why India? India is also initial strategic, partner of India, Mongolia. The first strategic partner has been Japan. The second is India, and third is US. So even though US became, a strategic partner in 2019, you were talking about trilateralism, why not Quad? So that was my reasoning, giving. And this is also important. India has its own strategy in Indo-Pacific. India has added inclusive. The word inclusive added it. This is India's strategy. So this is important. So if Mongolia thinks about Quad, that will be beneficial for Mongolia, basically. Question number 2 about US presence of US in India-Mongolia relations, you were telling. Mongolia's middle path between US and China. Yes, you can consider. Yeah. And India, you see, being Indian, we should be proud, If China is, making inroads in South Asia, why not India would make inroads in the backyard of China? Yeah, obviously. So I would answer that way.
Can I add something? Something about this trilateral mechanism?
Yeah.
Why you don't mention it about this Russia, Mongolia, India trilateralism? Russia, Mongolia, India. It's just Russia is just Mongolia.
It's
closest neighbor.
It's up to Mongolia to think whether they want trilateralism among Russia, Mongolia, and India.
And I mean,
India does not have problem with Russia,
No, I'm not talking about this problem. It's just we want to just strengthen our relations.
I'll tell you. That's the futuristic question. That may happen. Why I spoke, Mongolia is the pathway for India to enter into Russian forest.
Yes.
Yeah. So that can be done. Yeah, of course. I agree with you.
Just Trans-Siberian tourism and also just most important things.
Ambassador Singh can speak more about this.
Allow me 2 minutes. And I heard the 2 questions, so I'll go one by one and also. Yeah. Sir, to correct you, the strategic partnership of India was the 4th strategic partner. Number 1 and number 2 were Russia and China.
No, Russia, China, मैंने छोड़ दिया.
They elevated.
Russia, China, no, I already spoke. 2014 was India was 15. 2014 was Russia.
Correct. And to the specific thing which you referred, then I'll go to her. That you had talked about the balancing things. In 2011, Mongolia decided to follow a third neighbor policy. It was a very conscious decision. Incidentally, to the second question which you asked about SEO and ISA, I'm relating to you both. Mongolia is also a dialogue partner of Shanghai Cooperation Organization since the very beginning.
Observer.
They have
not dialogue partners.
They have.
Mongolia is observer since the very beginning of SEO. Yeah.
Mongolia is observer, and they have chosen not to become a member. And there have been many debates within the parliament and outside the parliament, but they consciously synergize the 2 things. One is the third neighbor, which is equidistant with the 2 countries which are the neighboring, and also being the only democracy in the region, promoting the same relationship with other developing and developed nations. And that is about 40 of them now. They are very, Mongolians, if I allow me, Ambassador, are very, very proud of their democracy. And they would like to play a balancing role. The very fact that the Ulaanbaatar dialogue is titled as the Northeast Asian Security Dialogue.
Yes.
Itself points out that they had, and as a matter of fact, Mongolia was one of the choices for the summit which happened in Hanoi for a reason, but Mongolia was the first choice. So I think that's where they want to do the balance. Democracy is what they are committed to. And it is 30 plus years that, 35 plus years now, that they are a very proud democracy. And incidentally, one element which was missed out in today's conference was when Mongolia's constitution was drafted, Professor Bhagwati was one of the persons who contributed. And as a matter of fact, there are 17 articles in Mongolian constitution which follow the Indian constitution in terms of quorum and all that. And coming to that, I think since it is a conscious decision not to be on side A or side 2. You know, most of their exports happen to southern neighbors. And most of the imports in terms of energy come from north, which is Russia. But yet they have chosen. And in talking about the cooperation, there have been many attempts in the past, including what you were mentioning, because our Prime Minister had announced 1 billion LOC in Russia to develop the northeastern ports. That was the connectivity being looked at, because Russia has just 2 lines. And now Russia with the help of, I think Mongolia, with the help of Russia, is trying to build the railway, the vertical and horizontal connectivity. And this could be one area where the thing. And talking about the Quad, incidentally, I'll share with you, a paper that the quadrilateral is not something which is new. It has been talked about since 2018. And perhaps that piece of paper would give you more idea as to how it could be developed. And I will share with you also. And in terms of ISA, Mongolia has agreed in principle to join the ISA, but I think somewhere down the line the ratification by the parliament is still pending. So I hope that they join, and this year being the 70th anniversary, we are expecting a very high level visit, so I think things will be moving from there onwards. Thank you.
If I can add one more.
Mongolia is the most successful democracy, you know, when you compare with the post-Soviet states.
Yes, okay.
Sir, if I can add one more point to this. Recent Eastern Maritime Corridor, which has been formed from Chennai to Vladivostok, is going to help Mongolia a lot with its transportation, with many things like from the raw material to Chennai to the finished goods from Chennai to Mongolia, because it will cross through Mongolia and somehow via Russia, Vladivostok, it is going to help Mongolia in many ways. So I have written an article also on that. I can share with you, sir, later. Thank you so much.
So, Ambassador, I just wanted to say one thing. You know, we are all mentioning about the Northeast Asia and how Mongolia and India relate to it, whether it is in the context of Chennai, Vladivostok connectivity initiatives, or is it related to Indo-Pacific outlook, etc. But I think it is also very important to look at a shared Eurasian outlook for India and Mongolia. For instance, you are an observer of SCO. We are members of SCO. That is one aspect. Then second aspect is to learn from your expertise in exercising strategic autonomy in managing relations between Russia and China, and how this entire region, a new narrative of Eurasia needs to be brought out, which goes beyond the old Silk Route narrative of this entire region. So that is something very important for us to look at, a shared Eurasian outlook between India and Mongolia, along with what we are doing in Act East and Indo-Pacific and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. To add just 2 points, yes, there were some discussions on trilateral, the forum, as we call now, similar to the Ulaanbaatar dialogue. But we have to always keep in mind that our geopolitical location, and we proudly call ourselves beacon of democracy in that area. So we have to keep in that mind. Of course, the possible avenues for the trilateral or the quadrilateral discussions are open. It is in the hand of the researchers like you, So from Mongolian side, we opened for the track number 2, so it should be there. And of course, after the certain level, we can come to the track 1.5. So it's up to you to start all this negotiation and to start the discussion. I believe it's timely, rightly thing to look upon, but also we have to keep in mind where we are located, our location. About the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, yes, from the very beginning of the establishment of the organization, we are so-called proudly, the observers, and we will continue this status, and we believe that this is the is in right position for Mongolia in terms of our interest. In terms of ISA, yes, we officially informed that Mongolia will become part of the ISA in the near future, but there is only a domestic legal procedure is going on. It takes time because of our transition from the traditional, the energy source to the renewable energy source. There is some miscommunication, let's say, between these two concepts. So our Ministry of Energy is trying to figure out what is the best way to move this swift transition. So I'm confident, as the Ambassador says, we're looking forward to push the issue and to become member of ISA in the near future. And of course, there are a lot of avenues to discuss, and we're looking forward the Eurasian context as it is, because nowadays everybody says, everybody's sharing the world into certain parts. So there is a Southeast Asia, Northeast Asia, Central Asia, and we always forget about the whole Eurasia as it is, because they're the biggest part of the populations there, the biggest part of economy is there. So we have to see all as a big part, not dividing it, So I would fully agree with our Director General that Eurasian outlook is very important, so we have to come upon it. And I believe we have exhausted our time, so I would like to provide the opportunity for our next speakers to elaborate on the further discussions. Thank you, our honorable researchers, on participating, and of course for the interesting questions. And looking forward to continue our next session. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. As we are running a bit late, so we'll just be moving on to the next session.
We'll have just 1 minute between to just felicitate our speakers shortly.
So can we do that later, maybe, sir? Yeah.
Value greatly. Souvenir for you. Dedication to his great job.
So we'll be moving on to the next session on bilateral economic and strategic partnership, opportunities and challenges. So to chair the session, we have Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar, former Ambassador of India to Kazakhstan, Sweden and Latvia. For the panelists, we have Dr. Mahesh Ranjan Debata, Dr. Baatarkhuu Khorloo, and Dr. Pankaj Vashisht. We will be having a brief Q&A at the end, which will be moderated by the chair. I would now request Ambassador Sajjanhar to kindly begin the proceedings. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. A very warm welcome to you, friends. I know we are running very late as far as our schedule is concerned. And I don't want to stand between you and the lunch. So I would request that when we have the presentations, we have three presenters. Two very short points I would like to make. Number one, that this is a very interesting subject. We are going to be talking about bilateral economic and strategic partnership. Throughout the morning, we've been discussing many other areas. We've been talking about the global setting, the regional setting, the regional compact. But this session is going to focus on the bilateral issues. And secondly, we have a very eminent set of panelists, and I'm sure they'll be able to add greatly to our understanding of the issues. Let me make very short points, very brief points, that, there has been so much that has been spoken, and I would like to compliment and congratulate all the speakers in the previous sessions, the ambassadors, the additional Director General, the Acting Director General of the ICWA for the very comprehensive comments and analysis that has been presented, and also the other experts who have given their views. So they have all added to our understanding both of the challenges as well as the opportunities that exist in taking forward the India-Mongolia partnership. Let me just add a couple of points before I invite the speakers to come. Number one, what really no one, in my view, none of these speakers has alluded to, is the enormous trust level that exists between India and Mongolia. And today, these days, we have seen around the world that trust is a commodity that is very rare to find. Amongst different countries, they are changing their positions. There is very little, particularly as far as big powers are concerned, major powers are concerned. There is very little in terms of reliability. There's very little in terms of credibility. As far as India-Mongolia partnership is concerned, exactly the reverse is the case. The level of trust, I don't think no one has mentioned it because it doesn't really need to be reiterated. It is taken as such that the confidence level between the two countries is very, very high. The second aspect that I would like to mention is that as far as the current government is concerned, there is a huge political investment that has been made in this relationship. I think it will be pertinent for everyone in this room to note that Prime Minister Modi's visit to Mongolia, the first visit that we are talking about, the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Mongolia, to Ulaanbaatar, and the establishment of the strategic partnership at that time, it happened within 1 year of his coming to power, which really signifies the interest and the focus that this administration, that this government has had on developing relations between India and Mongolia. And after that, we have seen, of course, there have been a number of visits that we have observed from Mongolia to India, but even from India to Mongolia at high levels, whether it was the visit of the Home Minister in 2018, Mr. Rajnath Singh, or it was the visit of the then External Affairs Minister Sushma Swaraj, also in 2018. Also, we saw the first visit of the Indian Defense Minister, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, in 2022. So we have seen that across the board, whether it is in terms of strategic cooperation, it is in terms of security cooperation in the area of defense, in the area of joint exercises, we see that there has been progress that has been visible. So, of course, many of the areas in which we can collaborate, they have been spoken about, they have been discussed, but one particular aspect that I would like to mention from my own personal experience after I visited Mongolia a few years ago, and I had a most wonderful experience of that, and that is the issue of climate change. Because Mongolia is such a large country, I think about 1.5 million square kilometers, if I'm not mistaken. And in terms of population, it is just about 3 million or so. It is a much smaller. In terms of population, it is much smaller. So it has huge possibilities in terms of the desert area. But I remember when I was there, it was what one would have expected, the Gobi Desert, the all dry, arid. But within a month of my return, I saw that the whole place and even the capital city was flooded with cloudburst and totally unanticipated and unexpected climate change aspects. So this is one issue where I think definitely both the countries can work. With these few words, let me throw the floor open, and I would follow what the previous chair had done. I will request all my speakers to kindly limit themselves to 7 minutes because, again, as I said, we don't want to stand between this group and the lunch, which I think if things had moved forward, we should have proceeded to the lunch by now. Anyway, so let me first invite the first speaker, Dr. Mahesh Ranjan Debata. He's the Associate Professor, Center for Inner Asian Studies at JNU. You have the floor, sir. 7 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Let me at the outset congratulate the people of India and Mongolia for sustaining their ties for the last 7 decades. And this is an important occasion, and I am privileged to be here. And I'm also grateful to ICWA, Nutan Kapoor ma'am, and especially to two young coordinators, Dr. Langel and Dr. Arthur, who in fact convinced me to speak on Mongolia, which is not my specialization. And as rightly pointed out by the chair, I will start with the challenges. I will go back to the early 90s when the Cold War ended, that led to the creation of 5 Central Asian countries. And at that point of time, a kind of geopolitical, geostrategic, and geoeconomic space was created on the neighborhood of India and Mongolia. And that created opportunities as well, and that prompted both India and Mongolia to bring their civilizational ties, 2,000-year-long civilizational ties, to the present strategic partnership. As rightly pointed out by many speakers in the last couple of sessions, Mongolia is, of course, an important factor in India's Act East policy. Mongolia is also the fulcrum of India's Act North engagement. And there are convergence of views on bilateral, trilateral, and multilateral issues at the national, regional, and the global fora. And they have shared values and ideals of democracy and freedom, which have been possible because of the sustained exchange of bilateral visits at the political level, diplomatic level, and the institutional level. And of course, in the year 2015, a new era ushered in when our Prime Minister was the first Prime Minister to visit Mongolia. That happened, and that led to the inking of the strategic partnership agreement between the two countries. And India has already signed SPA, Strategic Partnership Agreements, with more than 30 countries. And it was signed on 17th May 2015, and also again on an important occasion, that was the 60th anniversary of the establishment of India-Mongolia diplomatic relations. The main basis of this strategic partnership agreement, if you look at, is universally recognized principles of independence, sovereignty, and equality of states, and the fundamental ideals of the Treaty of Friendly Relations and Cooperation between Republic of India and Mongolia, that was signed on February 22nd, 1994, was the main basis of SPA. And several other bilateral treaties, MOUs signed in the past 7 decades, that have also contributed to engaging relationship between the two. And energy cooperation has also been an important part of the strategic cooperation between the two countries. There has been a long-term, sustained, and meaningful cooperation on energy resources and trade of natural resources. that began in 2009 when a memorandum of understanding on civil nuclear cooperation between the two countries was signed, and that was between India's Department of Atomic Energy and Mongolia's Nuclear Energy Agency, and that led to cooperation in the field of peaceful use of radioactive minerals and nuclear energy. And in May 2015, more meaningful and result-oriented energy cooperation with Mongolia happened. And security cooperation has also been an important part which have been discussed by many. And the main focus of security cooperation was to consider India-Mongolia's legitimate security interest. And that led to an open, balanced, and inclusive security architecture based on collective efforts within the ambit of international law. They have concern over the nature and spread of international terrorism that you have been seeing how it has become a scourge in the last, has been a menace in the last so many years, and affecting the entire global community. And in addition to that, there are global measures without double standards. Both the countries, both Mongolia and India, they vie for global measures without double standards or selectivity. They also have been in favor of adoption of the comprehensive Convention of International Terrorism. They have, for this purpose, for these agreements, for the security agreement between the two, partnership between the two, there are bilateral efforts. They have already discussed. There are exchanges of high and mid-level visits, regular consultations, dialogue between the ministries of defense, national security councils, military personnel, capacity building, technical cooperation, specialized vocational training, and also, as rightly pointed out by the Indian ambassador to Mongolia, India-Mongolia Joint Working Group for Defense Cooperation. There are joint exercises. They have also spoken about the recent nomadic elephant. The most important part of nomadic elephant is it is the 17th edition of this exercise. That means that for the last almost 2 decades, the military cooperation, the defense cooperation between the two countries is going on smoothly. And the most important one, this is the first one after the Operation Sindoor, after the intense military action between India and Pakistan. And the other one is, as rightly pointed out by the previous speakers, that there are some 45 personnel from the Arunachal Scouts, which is also an important, as rightly pointed out by a few scholars, that if you are balancing, we have good relationship with Mongolia to balance China, then this makes a lot of sense. And another important milestone achieved during this military exercise was the cyber warfare was used in this edition also. And this signifies, this is testament to a long, enduring strategic defense ties between the two countries, two neighbors. They have shared commitment towards regional peace, security, and stability. It is also discussed earlier that there is a cyber security training center been active since 6 September 2022 with an aim to develop capacity of staff in Mongolian Defense Forces to enable them to do real forensics after getting training and practicing with the CDAC, the Center for Development of Advanced Computing. And it has set up IT and non-computing infrastructure at CSTC. It has deployed indigenously developed cyber forensics software and tools. And the CDAC Hyderabad also customized Make Shikshak e-learning platform with developed course content on cyber security. This has been 1 minute, sir.
1 minute, okay.
So I have certain suggestions how to, because despite the relationship between the two, which has been smooth, which has been friendly, there are again some rooms for improvement. The first suggestion is how to groom young scholars from both sides. And language learning is an important part of it, as I have seen. I'm thankful to ma'am for teaching Mongolian language in JNU, and also bringing this wonderful, And we have a dedicated center from which I belong to, the Center for Inner-Asian Studies, where there is an only Indian Mongolist is there who's been teaching there for the last almost 2 decades. So if at all the language learning like the Mongolian language in India and also the Indian languages, Hindi or other languages in Mongolia can be spread, can be improved, And as I rightly pointed out by the ambassador, that there are 1,000 English teachers, and I think India could be one country which can provide maximum number of English teachers for context. And then there was a discussion on the gold, uranium, rare earth and coal, the natural resources which are plentifully available in Mongolia. Okay, fine, we cannot get uranium, rare earth and coal, but we can get gold. India is the #1 per capita consumer of gold. Why not get almost all the gold which we require in India every year from Mongolia and other countries? So then we talk about the people-to-people contact. But what I suggest is there should be a society-to-society contact, civil society-to-society contact, and there should be a scholars-to-scholars contact also. I think this process is going on for the last so many years, but many more things can be done. And then, as Dr. Sumiya talked about tourism, medical tourism is there. Yes, of course, if the direct flight between the two countries can start, then that can also be a significant factor to boost tourism in both the countries. And last but not the least is the dedicated centers doing research on India in Mongolia and vice versa to study society, culture and politics of both the countries. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Debata, for your very interesting presentations and very valuable suggestions. I now call upon Dr. Baatarkhuu Khorloo. She is the non-resident fellow, Institute of International Studies, Mongolia Academy of Sciences. You have the floor, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear guests, Your Excellencies, Ms. Mahawar, Your Excellencies, Ambassador Ganbold Dambajav, Ambassador Gotsurve, respected researchers, and all delegates. I am very happy to join this conference and to celebrate 17th anniversary of diplomatic relations between Mongolia and India. First of all, I want to give my special thanks to the Indian Council of World Affairs and everyone to help with organizing this important conference and event. I would also like to express our deepest condolence for the recent tragic airplane crash in India. Our thoughts are with the families and all those affected. This conference is very important for both countries. It gives us chance to talk, learn from each others, and build future together work. This is we are first time in India. I'm really impressed by the beautiful nature and incredible India and fast development of your country. In the past 70 years, India and Mongolia have worked together in many areas in sector. We believe there is even more we can do together on the future. Today, researchers from both sides had a great discussion. My team and I am very happy to share our views in political, economic, and culture topics. We are also excited to work more together in field development, research, and social science. Today, my topic is 3 and 4 topic introduction, because our afternoon as morning is two side teach researchers and ambassadors they talk it more. So we want to talk it currently and in the future. Now is recently years our two countries economy and trade in the volume in the past increasing. It's very nice to both sides. We are our economy fundamental and basic is very past the development. We economy, investment, corporation is past growth team. So today I want to share our investments, just 3 basic projects. First one is all refinery plant. This is Indian government is 1.7 billion US dollar, and this plant is scheduled and finish and building, and maybe it's 2 years after it's finished and maybe operating. Second one is our Vaishali Information Communication Technology and Outsourcing Training Center. Maybe it's this end of this year is finished and maybe operating. Third one is India-Mongolia Friendship School. Friendship School is also this year may finish and operating is next year. Our oil refinery plant is very both sides is very good, very simple project. Now it's building is APC 2, 3, and 4 is parallelly operating. Two sides, not as on site, is building, is operating is from India, and so 2,000 workers from India, and together is Mongolians working is very positive. Second project is our 2 countries very symbolist IT outsourcing center. Now is just just a small building, just finish. Maybe it's maybe this year end is finished and it start. Third one is our secondary school. It's a friendship school. It's a very very needed. Is education, scholar, people to people relation is very useful project. Now it's in Mongolia. It's Russian friendship school, Chinese friendship school. Now third one is India friendship school. Second, my topic is India-Mongolian trade growth. It's nearly 8 years. Our trade volume is past development. And our thanks Mongolian people's very thankful. Is Mongolian is COVID-19 is first vaccine is from India and donate our Mongolian people's very thanks unforgettable is project. Second one is our travel citizens Mongolia to India every year is 2,500 people. India to Mongolians 215 people travel. We need in thinking is new future and opportunities. India-Mongolian trade economy relations need is 3 C. C is coal, copper, and Kashmir. We Mongolian want to export to your country is coal and copper and Kashmir. We very good fundamental and export logistic is all Mongolian is prepared it. So we have in Indian companies, Indian trade company, Indian producing company contact to Mongolian. Maybe it's our embassies, 2 side embassies, Indian and Mongolian government investment organization need to push this project. Again, is we Mongolians mining sector included is energy sectors for Mongolian export is very leading sector. So we want to Mongolian coal is coking coal want to export to India. It's possible. India side introduced 3T. Is our trade, technology, and tourism is our next generation, maybe next 70 years started, we can trade, technology, tourism. We know Mongolia, I hope is Indian invest into Mongolian milk and dairy products. It's very possible because Mongolian many good opportunities. Second one is paramedical medical company already signed in corporation factory in building in Mongolian. On the world is key minerals in the mining sector is very possible two side, both side. We Mongolian have many researchers, but India have many producing factories. I have new ideas. It's digital nomadic. Digital nomadic. Yeah, I know it's India very more. Yeah, I know. More outsourcing company in India, but Mongolia yes won't get this digital nomadic production. Second one is data center. Mongolia is very cheaper electricity and cold environment. So I think is Indian IT company is invest to Mongolia and build its data center. It's a very possible sector. Mongolia-India relation can be discussed based 5D is DRAM, democracy, development partnership, digital development, defense. It's our next generation key. Okay, welcome to Mongolia.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khorloo, for your very interesting propositions and suggestions, and also for sticking to your time limit of 7 minutes. Thank you, appreciate. So we have the last speaker for this session, that is Dr. Pankaj Vashisht. He is the Associate Professor and Coordinator, ASEAN India Center of the Research and Information System for Developing Countries. You have the floor. 7 minutes also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And let me also extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizer, Nutan ma'am and Dr. Athar for having me here. And I would also like to congratulate the ICWA and the Embassy of Mongolia in India for organizing this wonderful event, which is very timely. We are completing 7 decades of bilateral relations. So this is the time we should not only celebrate our relation and partnership, but also we should do some stock taking to see what we have achieved and what more we can do. So I am the last speaker of this session, and a lot of things has already been said in the previous session as well as in this session. So what I will do is that in the wake of limited time, I will try to avoid what other speaker have said and stick to things which I can add to whatever discussion has taken place. So now we all know that India and Mongolia share a very strong historical, cultural and spiritual ties. And if you look at over the last 7 decades, this ancient friendship has grown together and we have become much more close. And as Chair was mentioning, that the kind of trust we have between each other is exemplary. I mean, we don't find this kind of level of trust outside. So if you look at G to G level, definitely the relation we enjoy between two countries is exceptional. You look at the development cooperation, be it in terms of capacity building and training, or in terms of concessional loan, which India is kind of extending to Mongolia, is excellent. So India is trying to stand shoulder by shoulder with Mongolia in their development journey. At the same time, our cooperation at multilateral forums has been extremely, extremely good. So at G to G level, things are excellent. But when we look at P to P, which is private to private level relation, the things are actually mixed. There is a lot we have achieved, and at the same time there is a lot which we can achieve. So I would briefly try to focus on these P2P engagements, especially in terms of investment and trade relations. So I'll try to intend what we achieved on these two aspects, what are the challenges and what we can do to address those challenges. And then finally, I would like to, even at the risk of repeating what others have said, I would like to highlight a couple of sectors which should be our focus area for expanding the cooperation. Now, we know that G2G is excellent, but until unless we have business-to-business engagement, the kind of relation we want, it will not be achieved. So for that, investment is the most critical aspect. So if you look at India-Mongolia bilateral investment to and from, there has been a positive trend. But if you look at the potential, we are nowhere close to realizing that potential. So if you look at over the last 25 years, starting from 2000, when India really started investing abroad, our investment in Mongolia have gone, but still we have just invested around $21 million. This is nowhere close to our outgoing investment which we have made during this period. And there are obvious reasons. First and foremost reason is that Indian businesses are actually not aware about the market opportunities, or they are not familiar about the Mongolian market. And unfortunately, as of now, we don't have any institutional mechanism to address that. India has several business forums, like India has established business forum with several ASEAN countries, but that business forum with Mongolia is still not there. So we don't have any kind of institutional mechanism which can bridge that information gap. Of course, logistic difficulties are also there. But we have to remember that Mongolia is offering immense opportunity for the business sector, be it in the field of mining, especially rare earth and copper, be it in the sector of renewable, pharmaceutical, IT services, agro processing, and educational infrastructure. So this is an about time that we should try to fill this knowledge gap or information gap which exists and which is limiting the Indian investment in private investment in Mongolia. Now, the second aspect of business relation is trade, and important. So my previous speaker has shown that the trade has gone up, and in fact, this is the trade is in the positive trajectory. It's going up. But here I would like to highlight two things. One, the data. If you look at trade data from India side and trade data from Mongolia side, there is a huge difference. So if you look at from the Mongolian side, the bilateral trade volume is somewhere around $1 billion. But if you look at from Indian side, it is still around $34 million. So there is a huge difference, huge difference. So maybe we have to kind of think about where this discrepancy is there. But if you compare the overall trade, we have witnessed remarkable growth, whichever side data we look into. So if you look at India-Mongolia bilateral trade in early 2000, it was very limited and concentrated in few items. So in 2001, only 43 products were exported from India, while if you look at import, it was only concentrated in 3 to 4 items. But over the period, it has become much more diversified. Last year, India exported goods worth roughly around $40 million, and this was concentrated in roughly around 500 products or so. So the the volume of trade has increased and it has become diversified. But if you look at the potential, it is nowhere close to the actual potential which we have been able to achieve. Now, there are different methodologies which we can use to identify the trade potential. Now, even if you go by very conservative estimates, the estimate shows that the current level of trade is much more less than the actual. So our actual trade, I mean, even if you do this exercise from the data from Mongolian side or Indian side, is actually at least 10 times more than the actual trade which is happening right now. So if you do some analysis, you find there is a huge potential of exports of pharmaceutical, engineering goods, machinery, textile, these products from India to Mongolia. Similarly, if you look at from Mongolia to India, the export potential from Mongolia to India consists in coal, copper, gold, livestock product, and certain other primary product. So what are the constraint? So first and foremost, regulatory bottlenecks continues to be there. Though we both countries have extended the MFN status to each other, but still we have not signed any sorts of preferential trade agreement or free trade agreement. And at the same time, the non-tariff barrier, the regulatory requirement which are required for import and export, we have not addressed. So this is one challenge which limits the trade. Then the connectivity. We know that connectivity is a challenge. So somehow we have to address this issue and reduce the transportation cost, which is the result of this huge distance which we have and underdeveloped connectivity. Third important factor which kind of constrain trade is the absence of direct banking and financial channels. So the banking and financial channel between India and Mongolia are not that developed. So this is another area which is kind of constraining the trade. And then I have already mentioned the limited business awareness. I mean, the Indian businesses and Mongolian businesses are not aware what kind of products are available which we can trade with each other. So these are the factors which I think we should try to address. So what we can do, we have very wonderful bilateral mechanism in form of joint committee of cooperation which is working. Apart from this, we also have kind of several other institutional mechanisms which are there to strengthen the bilateral relation. But I believe that this is about time we should try to launch a joint business forum, because knowledge gap and information gap is the major challenge. Just 1 second, sir. Then maybe we should also explore some sort of a forum for bilateral investment promotion and protection. It may be in form of treaty. Then PTA and FTA kind of engagement can be explored. So this is the broader, larger policy related issue. But apart from this, very briefly, I would like to highlight a couple of areas where the potential is huge. Critical mineral. This is one area where I think both countries should work together. And I'm saying this because, you know, India is navigating this twin transition, digital transition as well as the energy transition. And given the pace of our economic growth, we need critical minerals. And Indian government is very, very conscious about it. And it has initiated this critical mineral mission. A huge amount of sum of money has been earmarked for this purpose. Special company has been established to go out and explore and secure the minerals. Khanij Videsh India Limited has been established, and it has already kind of entered in MOU with some Australian companies, some Argentina government to explore the mineral. Now Mongolia is sitting on rare earth. Now rare earth is one thing which is critical for all energy efficient product as well as the digital product. Now India has the experience. India has been mining rare earth since 1950s. We have Indian Rare Earth Limited, which is in this business for quite some time. So we have the experience. So I think both governments should explore the opportunity of expanding cooperation in this. Energy, I will not repeat, has been repeatedly said. Then pharmaceutical, we all know. I mean, we have the strength and we can do much more together. ITC and digital connectivity, India has a lot to offer on digital domain, be it our digital public infrastructure, which we have developed and which has kind of revolutionized government service delivery here, and also unleashed startup revolution in India. And India is very open to share those digital public infrastructure with like-minded countries. So this is another area. And similarly, India is kind of trying its best to ensure digital payment connectivity. And it can be a very big boost, not only to trade, but also for the tourism. We already have kind of digital payment connectivity with Singapore, and Nepal and other countries are kind of exploring. So Mongolia, I think, should become a part of this journey and explore digital payment connectivity there. Finally, the agriculture and animal husbandry. Now, Mongolia has strength in dairy and livestock, and India has strength in processing. So if both countries can target this sector, it can do really well for both of them. So this is from my side, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for very interesting suggestions, very useful suggestions. Highly appreciated. Now, friends, we can take possibly just about 5 minutes for any questions or comments that there might be from the floor. Yes. Please go ahead.
Pankaj sir, my question is to you. You spoke about the rare earth metals, right? So you spoke about the mining of rare earth metals, but where do you see India when it comes to refining and processing of these rare earths? And my other question is also to you. You spoke about manufacturing, like India, we also, our manufacturing sector, we have to also grow. So where do you consider India and Mongolia relations focusing more on the services sector and a little bit less on the manufacturing or agriculture? And since you work on ASEAN and India Center, if there's like a conflict in the South China Sea or Northeast Asia, how do you think it can affect India, Mongolia's trade? Because there are like logistics that goes through this region.
Thank you very much. Any other requests? Yeah.
Hello. My name is Naveen. I am the Secretary of India-Uzbekistan Friendship Society. I am very happy and I am very privileged that I met all of you dignitaries here. I already know Dr. Ashok Sajjanar. We were in Kazakhstan when he hosted us with Mr. Anil Shastriji. And I recently had a podcast with Ambassador Mr. Ganbold Dambajav, in which I learned a lot of things about Mongolia and our relationship with Mongolia. It's quite old and historical relationship. I would like to thank ICWA especially.
Do you have any question?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, please, if you could come to the question.
I would like to know one thing, sir. As we don't have much migration to Mongolia, as we have various students from Mongolia to India. But our Indian capacity in Mongolia is very less. What we can do in order to increase people-to-people contact? And also, what are the various future collaborations we can do between each other to enhance in the tourism sector, sir? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? I think we already have 4 questions, 3 from one participant and 1 from the other. So let me give the floor to Dr. Debata first. I think you can try to respond to the question, the second question that was made, in terms of what can be done to increase the collaboration. Yes.
Thank you so much for your question. I have already given the suggestions how to improve the relations between the two. As I told you that there should be a regular contact between the scholars, because many people in India, they do not know about Mongolia. Many people similarly, many people in Mongolia, they do not know many things about India. So there should be awareness, as somebody told in the last, there should be awareness about each other. And as rightly pointed out, that will also lead to, as rightly pointed out by Ambassador Sajjanhar, that will lead to a trust between the two countries, and that will lead to greater and better relationship between the two. And as far as the tourism is concerned, this is this is at the decision-making level. This will be taken up by the government of both the countries, or certain other government agencies who can try to, as one suggestion was given in the form of like beginning of starting the direct flight between the two countries. That will also lead to, and then there will be some awareness and some, you can say the now many people from India, they are visiting some other countries for tourism purposes. They can also be roped in to visit Mongolia. And similar in the case of, as Dr. Sumiya told, that why not Goa, why not Bombay, why not other places? Like also we can go to Ulaanbaatar and other, as now we take a flight from here to Tashkent, from there to Beijing, and from there to Mongolia. If there is a direct flight, we can reach there in time, and we can also have wonderful, I have not visited, I have seen some pictures, and I have heard from some Mongolia friends that it's a beautiful country. So we must visit that country. And I think this will be done at the decision-making level. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And The last questions, let me invite Professor Dr. Vashisht. If you can be brief and pointed to respond to the questions.
Yeah, you have a couple of questions directed to me. First is about rare earth. So we are kind of mining and limited level of refining we are doing. But over the year, we have kind of entered an agreement with Japanese government, and its Japanese firm has been established in India, and it is doing the refining also, processing also. But I agree with you that we need to do more. We need to acquire that processing technology, and actually efforts are being made in that direction. So definitely, we have kind of developed a global partnership to ensure that we kind of not only stay at mining level, but also go into the processing. That's happening actually. And if you look at the rare earth picture over the global rare earth picture, you will see that in 2010, China was kind of controlling 97% of rare earth. It is now today below 70% or 60%. Because Australia has come up and other things, and we have partnership with Australia as well as with the Japanese. As far as manufacturing and services concerned, actually there is no trade-off. If we are kind of helping and doing some sort of a partnership with Mongolia for food processing, it's a win-win situation for us. Our investment can go there. See, basically, Mongolia also have to kind of go up in the value chain, so it will help. And when there is no kind of contradiction or conflict within that. Services sector, again, there are opportunity, and we should kind of cash on those. South China Sea. I mean, we all know that if South China Sea explode, then definitely, I mean, not only our trade but global trade will suffer. And this is whole thing, like all this Indo-Pacific crescendo is about to ensuring that we don't end up in that situation. So maybe I'm not in a position to answer that big question. But yeah, I mean, if something explode there, so then global trade will suffer, not only India and any other country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's not only trade that will suffer. I think that much more will suffer. Ambassador, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I would like to add a few short remarks. On the critical minerals, yes, we do have a big opportunity for us of bilateral relations. We had a couple of visits from Indian side on critical minerals cooperation, and we believe it's a very good future. On the energy sector, yes, Mongolia will hope soon will become part of ISA, and then we go to broader cooperation. On digital payment connectivity, I believe Mongolia is in the banking sector. It's very well developed. So because I believe because of the business transaction between our two countries is not that well maintained, and I understand there is some limitation from Indian side of, let's say, payment going to abroad, especially in US dollars. That's some, let's say, obstacles which can be diverted. On agriculture and husbandry, yes, we do have a dairy products board, joint board. We already conducted a couple of Zoom meetings. We are using the experience of Amul from Indian cooperative movement. So we trying to implement into Mongolia, which will be very, I mean, covered by this issue. So it should be there. And husbandry, I would agree. Yes, we'd like to see there a lot of more in Indian activity in terms of leather, cashmere, the wool, textile, whatever Indians have high tech or know-how. On the migration, yes, I mean the people-to-people cooperation that we're looking forward to develop, and I believe the idea of the sending 1,000 Indian teachers to Mongolia will bring our people much more closer. On tourism, as I mentioned earlier, in October we're going to start commercial direct flight between Mongolia and India, which is around plus 6 hours. So hope this will give a boost in our people-to-people relation, as well as the tourism, as well as the business cooperation. Thank you.
So, sir, I just want to say that rather than talking of migration, we should use the term mobility. We're talking of student mobility from India to Mongolia, or from Mongolia to India, or experts or scholars. So the word migration has a certain permanent kind of a connotation, which we should be careful before using. So more about mobility.
Thank you very much. Let me thank all the participants. I think we've had a very useful discussion. And what really comes out to me from all the comments that have been made and the very incisive questions that have been posed in terms of what is the way forward, I think what really comes out is that while we are meeting here to celebrate 70th anniversary of establishment of diplomatic relations, we are meeting to mark the 10th anniversary of the establishment of strategic partnership. We have covered a lot of ground, but still we have not reached the potential. There is much more to be done, and today appears to be the right time to take this forward for a quantum leap as far as our relationship is concerned, as a partnership is concerned. Because I think here, in terms of the strategic evolution of Mongolia, this has taken place over the last several years. And if we look at the strides that India has made, whether it is in the area of economy, the fourth largest economy in the world, the fastest growing major economy in the world, soon to become the third largest economy. So there is great potential as far as technology is concerned. Again, whether it is in terms of the digital public infrastructure or it is in the areas of space and others, India has taken huge strides in that. Even in terms of the position of India in the world, it has advanced greatly. It has, I think it has been recognized that there is no significant major challenge in the world, whether it is to do with climate change or it is to do with terrorism or it is to do with infrastructure, education, health, that can be resolved without the active cooperation and participation of India. So I think the time is right for both our countries to come together. And as I said, what is really today found wanting and at a premium is the level of trust between countries. And that is something that both our countries have in abundance in terms of trust level that both of us share. So all these ideas that have been put forward, I think we really need to take them forward. So let me stop here. Let me just make one comment, if I may, for the consideration of our Mongolian friends. I think Professor Khorloo, when you were having your presentation, you showed one map of India, maybe by oversight. It is not the correct map of India. It shows the one in the northwestern part, one area which has been illegally occupied by Pakistan, that has been shown as hived off. So in future, if you can correct that, I think that would be good. So with these few words, let me thank each and every one of you. I know we have stepped hugely into the lunch hour, but let me thank all the panelists for the excellent presentations. And let me thank also all those who have posed questions for those very interesting ideas, and thank all those who are participating here, who are present here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your very strict overseeing of the session. And now
it was required. I would have been very liberal, but it was required.
And now we invite everyone for the lunch at the foyer. But we'll be reassembling here after, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
2:45. Thank you.
That is also commonality between the two of us. Thank you. Appreciate it. Of course, thank you for your valuable discussion. Is this from not from
local India? Okay. I thought we are talking about magic. Is nomadic? Yes. Professor, how are you doing?
How are you, sir?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. दिल्ली में है आजकल एक थे
हाँ very much so.
I have not been here since.
Acha, you've been in Leh, is it?
Leh.
That's a very good time to be there rather than being here.
It's cold.
Cold? Yeah?
Namaskar.
How are you?
I'm good, sir.
Yeah? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Ambassador, how are you? Good to see you. Okay. What do you see? No, I'm traveling, no?
He was outside. Shall we go for lunch?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, let's go for lunch. Let's go for lunch. Okay. That is Dr. Khorloo, yes. So please have a look at the map.
I get from internet.
Yeah.
Welcome everyone to the third session on cultural and spiritual linkages, the enduring soft power ties. To chair the session, we have Ambassador Punchok Stopdan, Senior Fellow for Eurasian Security Delhi Policy Group and former Ambassador of India to Kyrgyzstan. For the panelists, we have Dr. Battsetseg Altangerel, Dr. Vaishali Krishna, and Dr. Ulziit Luvsanjav to share with us their insights. At the end, there will be a brief Q&A session which will be moderated by the chair. I now request Ambassador Stopdan to kindly begin the proceedings. Sir, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. I'm very happy to be here at the ICWA after many, many years, I suppose. This cultural and spiritual linkages, I am the wrong person to chair this session. I'm not a knowledgeable person on culture and spiritual issues. But I think from this perspective of culture and spiritual linkages, I consider three countries are extremely important. Mongolia, Bhutan, and Mauritius. These are eternal friends of India. I don't know the policy, government policy, but I consider these three countries to be extremely important in terms of, commitment of culture and spiritual bondings among ourselves. I think culture and spiritual linkages from Indian perspective for Mongolia is a strategic issue. It's not just a foreign policy issue. It's a strategic issue because India's destiny in the past, for 2,000 years ago, was to reach up to Mongolia and beyond, into Siberia or the Russian part of that region. And even today, I think we still aspire to continue our journey to reach up to that area, not just for spiritual purpose, but also we have national interest in terms of economic interest. Maybe 100 years down the line, we will have more active presence in Mongolia, not just because of Mongolia, but also because of the Far East and Siberia. Therefore, I think spiritual ties with Mongolia is extremely important to sustain. And I think I must congratulate the ICWA and the Embassy of Mongolia to have this conference organized on the 10th anniversary of our strategic partnership. I'll speak a little later, but we have three speakers and we have 30 minutes, 10 minutes each to all the speakers. May I invite Ambassador, Dr. Battsetseg Altangerel. Your presentation, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Battsetseg. It's first time visiting to India, so I'm very happy. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, honorable conference organizers, panelists and guests, it's with great pleasure that I meet all of you. And I am truly delighted to be in India for the first time. I'm service as senior lecturer in the Department of International Relations at the National University of Mongolia. And I wish to convey my sincere appreciation once again for the opportunity to visit India and present on this significant subject. Now, let us pressure to the topic at hand. I have prepared a brief PowerPoint presentation, but it's not open, so I'm reading. My topic is cultural and spiritual linkages and enduring soft power ties. I believe that the relationship between Mongolia and India is not only historical, but also valuable, based on mutual understanding and cooperation. In the present day, we are sharing innovative ideas, exploring new opportunities, and fostering open-mindedness regarding the advancement of this relationship to a more profound, amicable, and strategic dimension. Mongolia and India are set to commemorate the 17th anniversary of their diplomatic relations this year in 2025. Predate these 17 years. The focus of my presentation is to underscore the long-standing historical and spiritual bonds between our two nations and to illustrate how these ties continue to grow and evolve in contemporary times. The current relations between Mongolia and India exemplify a genuine spiritual partnership founded on mutual respect and understanding of each nation's soft power. These historical connections rooted in Buddhism extend beyond mere religions and cultural aspects, significantly influencing education and diplomacy and inspirational relations. Consequently, its creation to leverage this soft power resource as part of a long-time strategic for Mongolia-India relations. We possess unique and invaluable intellectual collaboration, both historical and modern, which can be utilized to enhance the broader strategic framework for our bilateral relations. And I need to be brief as researchers have almost spoken about these workers. For example, Ganjur and Danjur, woolen arts authored by Kalidas and Diamonds, Damdin's Zohist dialect dictionary. Also preserves Bira and Richin Sambo's translations and writings. There are many other works in other files, works, for example, paintings. The idol paintings from the 17th century by Zanbazar share structure and thematic similarities with Indian Tanka paintings. And also notable sculptures, for example, green tanks, the structures of the first sermon of the Buddha from Sarnath, India, etc. There are many, many workers. This is regarded as a significant demonstration of the spiritual diplomacy between Mongolia and India. I have proposed that the following policy initiatives aimed at enhancing collaboration and elevating all future sectors between our two nations to a new standard. I think it's very especially. So first one is enhancing cultural and spiritual ties between Mongolia and India, while unitilizes the strategic assists of soft power more effectively within the foreign policy of both nations. Second is increasing the strategic significance and broadening the reach of cultural diplomacy, and influencing collaboration in South Asia and Indo-Pacific region. Strengthening mutual understanding among people. Next, and standards diplomatic efforts related to cultural and religion, and facultative pilgrimages for Mongolian followers along the Indian Buddhist pilgrimage Bodh Gaya, Sarnath, which is currently being organized effectively. I think it's very especially in opening of joint Mongolia, India, and Buddhist Philosophy Research Center, expanding the scope of Indian ICCR scholarship program and development additional programs for Mongolian scholars, and regularly disseminate content about Indian culture and Mongolian social media and public channel and YouTube and TikTok content, podcasts, etc. I think is very good in connection people to people. So work with the Indian side to prepare materials in English and Hindi and promote Mongolian culture and religion. I am confident that many initiatives, such as the establishment on an annual Mongolian-Indian soft power dialogue, will be released in the future. And so Mongolia and India have a special relationship based on mutual respect and cultural relevance. The time has come to leverage this soft power foundation not only for emotional ties but also for foreign policy and religion cooperation strategic. By implementing the above policy initiatives, the Mongolian-India partnership has the potential to reach new heights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Battsetseg. I think there's a lot of content in our relationship. Culture is the core, I think, of our bilateral relationship. And you have elaborated some of the issues. Many more work has to be done on that. You spoke about religion, you spoke about those literatures, which I believe we can discuss a little later. But may I invite Dr. Vaishali Krishna.
Can you put the slide, please? A very good afternoon, everyone. And first and foremost, I would like to thank each and every organizer to invite me here, and especially Ambassador Sir, who's always been very kind. And my paper, Gaya to Ganden, Cultural Security as a Pillar of India-Mongolia Relations. This paper itself denotes and specify the importance of India-Mongolia relation. And here it is an honor to speak before you on this topic that resonates deeply with both our hearts and histories. Gaya to Ganden, Cultural Security as a Pillar of India-Mongolia Relations. With the symbolism of title itself, Gaya is a district in the state of Bihar, from where I belong. The Bodh Gaya in India, a sacred place where the Buddha attained enlightenment, and Ganden, the revered monastery in Mongolia that stands as a spiritual beacon for the Mongolian people. These places are not just geographical location, They are markers of a civilizational journey, a people across centuries that forces culture. And when we speak of diplomacy, we often focus on economics, defense, and trade. But there's another quieter force, a powerful thread that binds nations not just through policies, but through shared heritage, values, and spirit. And in the relationship between India and Mongolia, culture is not a peripheral concern. It is a central pillar. It is indeed a form of security. So as I mentioned, cultural security involves safeguarding the cultural identity and heritage of nations, especially in the face of globalization, political influence, and erosion of traditional values. The bond between India and Mongolia is solidified by 3 Ds, that is democracy, dharma, and development partnerships. The journey of Buddhism from the Indian subcontinent to the vast steppes of Mongolia is a testament to our ancient ties. Though the Silk Roads and through the Dharma, our ancestors exchanged more than goods. They exchanged philosophies, wisdom, and spiritual kinship. Mongolian monks have long traveled to India, drawn to the sacred sites of Bodh Gaya, Nalanda, and Sarnath. And India, the birthplace of Buddhism, has always held a place of deep reverence in Mongolian consciousness. And in the modern world, we speak of security in many dimensions, that is military, economic, as I mentioned, but cultural security is equally vital. It is the assurance that our shared heritage is preserved, respected, and allowed to flourish. It is protection of identity, language, memory, and belief in a rapidly globalizing world. For India and Mongolia, cultural security forms a quiet but enduring foundation for cooperation. In recent years, our 2 nations have made meaningful strides in honoring this bond. When India gifted Kapilavastu relics to Mongolia in 2022, it was not just an act of diplomacy, it was a gesture of emotions, a reaffirmation that our friendship is rooted in something deeper than treaties, that is in dharma, in respect, in shared legacy. We witness in various ways, like in growing number of cultural exchanges, academic collaboration, and institutions like the India-Mongolia Friendship School. We see it in the digital realm where Buddhist texts, teachings, traditions are being preserved and shared across borders. But we must go further. We must institutionalize cultural exchange between monks, students, artists, and scholars. We must translate our shared stories into languages accessible to our youth. And we must use technology to bring virtual pilgrimage and teachings to those unable to travel. Strategic side, if we see the strategic partnership between India and Mongolia, that is unique in the geography and history. We are bound by the third neighbor principle and the Act East vision. But beyond the geopolitical, there lies the spiritual. And it is in the spiritual that we find the most enduring strength. India and Mongolia describes their relationship as a spiritual partnership. In 2015, India's Prime Minister, as was mentioned by many of the speakers, and elevating ties to strategic partnership through joint military exercises like Nomadic Elephant, Khan Quest, reflect deepening security cooperation. India and Mongolia have long stood ties, and till 2025, these ties are expected to continue and strengthen. Both countries share a commitment to peace, democracy, and regional securities. India's Act East policy and Mongolia's third neighbor policy align well, further deepening their diplomatic engagement. And India's Act East plus Mongolia's third neighbor policy, their relation in the context of cultural security are a testament, as I said. And if we see economic cooperation and trade, strategically, the 2 countries have been exploring enhanced economic cooperation. India is considering importing coking coal from Mongolia via Russia, aiming to diversify its sources and reduce reliance on traditional suppliers, further strengthening their economic ties. India's JSW Steel, like our previous speaker has already mentioned about these through SAIL and that is Steel Authority of India. In the energy sector, India is actively involved in supporting Mongolia's infrastructure development. The Mongol refinery project and oil refinery under the construction of Altangerel is being developed with technical and financial assistance from India's Mega Engineering and Infrastructure Limited. The refinery is expected to process 1.5 million tons of petroleum annually upon completion, aiming to reduce Mongolia's dependence on gasoline imports. And I would not go into deep into all those because it has been already mentioned by other speakers. The focus is on harmonizing 3 T's, that is trade, tourism, and technology. So infrastructure and energy, if we talk about Donut and Sanshad oil pipeline project, a crucial infrastructure initiative to transport crude oil from Donut oil field to Sanshad refinery, is under construction with support from India. This project is part of Mongolia's effort to achieve energy independence and reduce reliance on foreign oil. And other trade and investments are there. Energy cooperation is in full-fledged. Whatever way possible, India is helping, and even Mongolia is cooperating. And infrastructure projects are also being, it is being in the focus of both the governments. And this is geopolitics, yeah. So supporting the Mongolian economy through ADB supports Mongolia in its development vision by 2050. And there is 3 priority areas. There are 3 priority areas, that is, it is support of inclusivity, and it's to build infrastructure, to rebuild overall resilience, and if we talk about climate change and other things, India is being very cooperative in those fields also. Both countries are expected to focus on climate change and environmental protection. Mongolia, with its vast steppes and semi-arid regions, faces environmental challenges such as diversification of water, desertification of water scarcity, which may foster greater cooperation with India on sustainable development practices and technologies. India's expertise in solar energy can be particular interest to Mongolia. And there is a geopolitical landscape also that is very much in focus, that is China's influence. One of the defining aspects of India and Mongolia's relationship in 2025 is likely to be their shared concern over China's growing influence in Asia. Mongolia, located between China and Russia, is wary of over-reliance on Beijing, and India, as a counterbalance to China, will continue to be a key partner for Mongolia to maintain its strategic autonomy, regional security. Both countries share concerns over border security, cyber threats, and geopolitical tensions in Central Asia. They are likely to continue cooperating in international forums like the United Nations, SCO, etc. There are certain challenges and future potential. Digital connectivity in this age of technology, increasing digital collaboration could shape future relations with India, playing a role of Mongolia's digital transformation through investment in tech infrastructure. Second is bilateral agreements. In 2025, we might see the signing of further bilateral agreements related to trade, defense, and environmental cooperation. But the various challenges and future potentials that is been seen is geographic distance and limited connectivity have historically constrained trade and people-to-people contact. But digital diplomacy and virtual Buddhist networks are emerging solutions. Establishment of this Atal Bihari Vajpayee Center for Excellence in Information Technology and Communication in Ulaanbaatar includes training in Indian culture and philosophy. Construction of a Buddhist temple and monastery in Mongolia with Indian support strengthens cultural security by encouraging Mongolian spiritual identity to its historical Indian roots. And by concluding, I would say that overall in 2025, India and Mongolia are likely to continue building its robust and multifaceted partnership. Their cooperation will span defense, economics, culture, and shared regional security concerns, with both countries striving to balance external pressures, particularly from China and Russia, while advancing their national interests. What is important now is careful planning and proper implementation according to a strict timeline of the agreements and MOUs signed during the Prime Minister's visit. The China factor will be more relevant in the India-Mongolia bilateral relations with passing time as Mongolia seeks to diversify its trade and investment relations. As I already mentioned, that this EMC will help Mongolia a lot, I think, through Vladivostok to Chennai, this maritime, this thing, and we should, and Mongolia should focus on this particular beginning that has started. And also, I would like to extend my whatever interaction I had during my Nalanda University when I went last. They are much more interested in bringing Mongolian people and Mongolian students there in their university. And it is an excellent place to be there, as Buddhism started from the place Bodh Gaya, and it will link us very much culturally also. And the Vice Chancellor was very keen to invite our Excellency as well as the students there. So we'll be meeting regarding this too. And this is the information which I was asked to share with you all during my visit to university. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Krishna. I think the first part of your presentation was very interesting, highlighting the underpinnings of culture that impacts our bilateral relationship. But then you moved on to some other issues and security and many other economic and trade. Obviously, there are important issues, but if the paper can be focused on the culture itself, how it shapes our relationship, that would be very interesting, which you did in the beginning. May I invite now Dr. Ulziit Luvsanjav for your presentation, please.
Good afternoon. Ms. Nutan Kapoor, Acting Director General, Indian Consul World Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Ganbold Dambajav, Ambassador of Mongolia to India. Taking this opportunity, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to distinguished guests, respected scholars, professors, students, and friends. We are pleased to express that Indian Consul World Affairs, in collaboration with Mongolian Embassy, New Delhi, organizing international conference India-Mongolia, celebrating 7 decades of diplomatic and decades of strategic partnership very scheduled today. We are organizing this conference the framework of 70 years anniversary of establishment of diplomatic relations between Mongolia and India. Also, I thank to Indian Consul World Affairs to support our 3 scholarship, inviting and India and support them. Thank you very much. Mongolia and India have ancient relations, and there have many documents prove a wide range of spiritual ties which have existed between 2 nations. Prominent Indian scholars have emphasized that contacts between Mongolia and India have a rich history of years. Through the formal political and diplomatic relation between 2 countries was established in 1955, the ancient cultural relation go back to many centuries. The establishment of Mongolian Embassy in New Delhi was very important for future promoting cultural ties, political and economic relations between us. I'm happy to note that our strategic partnership with the Republic of India, our spiritual neighbor, is growing stronger every way. Buddhism was played an important role in Mongolian-Indian cultural relations. Buddhism was brought to Mongolia straight from India. Buddhism developed, considered when during the Hunu period. Hunu period means 209 BCE to 93 CE. Buddhism was spread in the 14th century through Hubli Khan's rule. Late stage of Buddhism development is passed from India, the 16th century through Tibet. About 700 years before Buddhism reached Tibet and 300 years before reached China, it made its way to Mongolia. The 3-meter golden Buddha that ancient Hunus worshipped more than 2,000 years ago was particularly noted by Ham Ishvalcher, Komcho, and Zayavtendum. It says that Mongolians introduced Buddhism in their homeland before China and Tibet. And Zayavtendum concluded in his golden notebook that the acquisition of the large golden image of the Buddha by Chinese Han Dynasty during his war with the Mongolians was the first time that Buddha statue was established in China. The most interesting aspect is that Mongolia has historically been impacted by Western beliefs. But it is evident that both historically and geographically, nation was always been situated in area influenced by East Asia and China culture. The religious and cultural ties between Mongolia and India date back to ancient times. Mongolian Hans and nobles long supported the spirit of Buddhism, which originated in India. Over time, it closely merged with the nomadic lifestyle and traditions, giving rise to development its own district and known as Mongolian Buddhism. Scholars note that the Mongolian embraced that enriched Buddhism because its core teaching deeply resonated with their traditional worldview, which sees all things in interconnected through cause, effect, and spiritual harmony. The cornerstone of rich culture and spiritual connection between India and Mongolia is Buddhism. The shared Buddhist and spiritual heritage continue to strengthen the relationship by placing people-to-people interaction at the center. The spiritual ties not only enhance diplomatic relations, but also create unique opportunity to educational, collaborational, tourism, and cultural exchanges for the deepening connection between two countries. And also, I'm also always want to mention about one book I had just been here. It is like books of Afghan Damba. This book is published in New Delhi, 1980. This is book is published through Raghuvarya Satyapitaka volume 200, 260, 261. This book is published his son, Professor Lakesh Chandra. That time, my father child was given to him in original copy in Prague, 1979. Then this book being and this book published in Delhi, 1980. This is another account of Mongolia-Indian spirituals forging spiritual bonds during the trying time. The socialist regime was very difficult to publish, and even talk about Buddhism was prohibited in Mongolia. That time, the Mongolia and Indian scholars had difficult time to publish this book through Prague and printed in New Delhi. And also one interesting thing is in this book, my father wrote that may Mongolia-Indian cultural relation flourish. 1979, Prague, December. He was wrote it like that. And also, Lakesh Chandra mentioned about this book in his book, Buddhism Across Genghis Khan's Grassland. This book also mentioned this book also. And this book is, I want to try to publish it in Mongolian Cyrillic language and with help of the Mongolian monks. The language and the script are very essential to culture. Of course, our script is changed 1937 to 1941. Our classic script was changed to Russian Cyrillic script. However, we tend to switch off from the Cyrillic to Mongolian script. We are trying to change in 2025. There is already have an order of the president to change our script from the 2025. However, it takes more than decades to complete to finish it. I hope that. We are also working to improve Jawaharlal University Mongolian instruction. In 2016, we established a diploma program in working to, we are established a program diploma course in Jawaharlal University, and we are just trying to establish it bachelor's degree course in Jawaharlal University. It means we want to open Mongolian center, trying to, because when we will be open the bachelor's degree center, we must start the bachelor's degree, and we need teachers, and we are also preparing teachers, and almost everything is done. We are just waiting some decision from government. Yes. And we are just trying to also teach Mongolian language in Indira Gandhi Open University, Delhi University, Jammu University, and other institutions. But we need establish Mongolian usage in India, because we are teaching Mongolian languages, usage is not there, and that's very important thing. And also the remarkable event was Narendra Modi 2015 visited to Mongolia. To all people was talking, and I want to mention one thing: is Prime Minister had offered prayers of the Ganbold Dambajav monastery during his visit 2025, and had announced the gift of statue of Lord Buddha to the monastery, unveiling common Buddhist heritage of civilization links between our countries and peoples. The statue Lord Buddha is sitting position was installed and consecrated at the Ganbold Monastery, Ulaanbaatar, in 6 September 2019. Okay, into concluding, I will want to some ideas and what I'm thinking about India-Mongolia relation, cultural ties, want to develop this possibility. For example, the copies of Kanjur printed by the Indian government and Lokachandra's Institute of International Academy of Indian Culture were sent to Buddhist monasteries in Mongolia. And however, we wish to make it ability reading by library, colleges, and the regular people is distributed. Now all copies sent to by monastery. It is possibility we will send from India to library, institution, and common peoples to read. Of course, language is a powerful tool for communicating your ideas. We therefore require some who speak Mongolian. I don't know exactly. Stopnji knows that. Sarasanji knows about that. I'm just asking everyone. I want to prepare a person who is fluently speaking in Mongolian language. That's why I'm just achieving that, teaching Mongolian language in GNU. Still now there is no fluently speaking Mongolian language. Indian person is no in my students, and we are trying to make it. And also there is Institute for Japanese Old Philosophy in Delhi, so many institutions have. I'm just thinking about that, why we are unable to establish, for example, Ganjur Tanjur Research Center, Mongolian Culture Center, Undergigan Zanwadra's Legacy Research Center. Why not establish in Delhi? I'm just thinking about on that also. And I'm just delegated. We're happy that I've invited young researchers from Mongolia to attend today's our conference and discuss between links Mongolia and India. In the future, wide range of young researchers should be included. And in this issue is Ambassador Ganbold Dambajav and Indian Council of World Affairs would like to express gratitude to initiate this event. Thank you very much. And I would like to say that previously scholars from two countries focused on connection of history, culture, philosophy, and religion. But now we should develop more attention trade, investment, economic cooperation, information, tourism, and development of under their practical measures enhance above the mentioned cooperation. And end of, I will wish our discussion to be as deep as Indian Ocean and as wide as the blue sky of Mongolia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Luvsanjav. You really brought out a lot of points, even some suggestions for future, what we could do together. I think we've finished with the presentation, but if you could now open up for discussion. I think the points that you made, that Mongolia got Buddhism much before China and the rest of Asia. That's true. I think nobody is trying to highlight that point, because your present Buddhism is not Indian Buddhism. Your present Buddhism is Chinese imperial Buddhism, promoted by a Chinese empire from Kublai Khan to Ming dynasty to Qing dynasty and others. Real Buddhism that you got was from India, which was 2000 years ago, as you rightly pointed out, during the Huns, or we would say during the times of, I think it was the second century itself, after 600 years after the death of Lord Buddha. And it is not because we reached to Mongolia. The Mongolians reached out to northern parts of India, and there was a community called Sogdianian people. Now, the Sogdianians were not Indians. Sogdianians were Persian origin people who knew Sanskrit, who knew Prakrit, who knew Brahmi scripts, who gave Buddhism to the Mongol nomads somewhere in the Central Asian steppes where you interacted. I think that was very important. For many centuries after that, you didn't have Buddhism. And suddenly, till very late, during Kublai Khan, then the Tibetan Buddhism was adopted by you. What I find here is that two strands of Buddhism are completely different. Your original Buddhism was a Sanskrit Buddhism. What you have is something else, which is not Sanskrit. Buddhism is a very universal term. Each country has its own Buddhism. There's no one Buddhism as such. The Chinese have interpreted Buddhism in their own way. Japanese did it their own way. Vietnamese have their own. The Tibetans have their own. What Mongolia got after 1,000 years of Genghis Khan or Kublai Khan was that the way Buddhism was used for Chinese imperial expansion. It was an instrument for the Chinese. You send Buddhism and then Chinese empire expands. And your chief was appointed by Peking. The priest of Mongol Buddhism, Khutukut, was appointed by Peking court. So what I'm trying to say here is that why can't we revive our own connection, Buddhist connection, which is the Sanskrit connection? I know for the fact that there are two things are very important. Three things are very important in Mongolia. The Shashing itself. Shashing means the religion. Second is Burkhang Baksh, Lord Buddha. And three is Enithikt. These three words tells you the connection, which is different from Chinese or Tibetan or something like that. But nobody is working on this, although on the terrain, the Mongol terrain is Sanskrit terrain. Everybody carries a Sanskrit name. On the Ulaanbaatar street, everybody has the second name or the first name is a Sanskrit. But instead of, I feel that the Indians learning Mongolian, the Mongolia should be converted into Sanskrit-speaking country. I mean, you just have to do a little more hard work, how to experiment with Sanskrit Buddhism in Mongolia. We can't do it here in India itself. We don't have Sanskrit-speaking people. But Mongolia is the only country which has a Sanskrit base, which could be refined and developed for religion, for Buddhism, or for whatever that you want to explain. Second thing, I thought that unless Buddhism is mixed with the modern issues of trade, investment, economic issues. You just can't talk Buddhism in vacuum. It has to be linked with something else. Now, out of 3 million Buddhists living in Mongolia, we could invite something like 3,000 Mongol pilgrims every year to India, to Bodh Gaya or elsewhere. I remember when Prime Minister Ingbayar was there some 10, 12 years ago, I was the one who suggested for a land in Bodh Gaya for Mongol Buddhism. And I think government of Bihar later on agreed, considered the case. And I don't know whether the temple exists or not in Bodh Gaya, but land was allotted then, many years ago, purely to focus on the Sanskrit issue, the Indian Buddhism. Now, Kangyur Tangyur is fine, all this, but actually it's Tripitaka, Pali, Sanskrit, which is there in the Mongolian mind and heart and psychology, but nobody talks about Tripitaka, actual canon, the original Buddhist canon of Lord Buddha. So this Kangyur Tangyur, obviously the Japanese have their own Kangyur Tangyur, Chinese have their own Kangyur Tangyur, the Tibetans have their own Kangyur Tangyur. They will develop themselves. You go to Peking, they develop Kangyur Tangyur. The biggest center of Kangyur Tangyur is China. I was in Germany and I talked about Kangyur Tangyur, and the Chinese ambassador said, "This is mine. This is mine. You are promoting mine." Yes, I could understand what he was trying to say, that with your money, you are expending my interest. That was funny to me, and I noticed it, because whatever I do helps the Chinese. So Buddhism is one thing. The more we talk about Buddhism, the more it helps the Chinese to control Mongolia through Buddhism. And I'm a little bit careful because I'm also a security-related person. I look at Buddhism also as a security, in the context of security, how Buddhism is a security instrument to control. And therefore, I think the Mongol identity, Mongol personality, whether you are a Central Asian country, whether you are a Inner Asian country, whether you are an East Asian country, is decided by your history and religion. And I think for us to have a strong connection with Mongolia, this India-Mongolia Buddhist connection, I would prefer. It may not happen because of other reason. You have the economic pull from China, therefore you have to continue with the current phase of Buddhism or current shape of Buddhism. Is extremely important to maintain your relationship with China. But I think little bit one could do to strengthen on this aspect, how Mongol identity, even if it is political identity, has to be something different from the Chinese. Otherwise, it's Buddhism. I know how the Chinese work in Ulaanbaatar. They are everywhere. And I don't like to contribute to the Chinese well-being. They appoint everybody. They think all this kind of stuff. So it's a highly geopolitical issue. And although little one or two paper could be written about, you have rightly pointed out in your paper all those ancient links. China is a latecomer. Japanese are latecomer. The Mongol is the original Buddhist nation. That tells you on the street of Ulaanbaatar. I worked with many professors in Mongolia. I don't remember, but there were many professors who... I've written a book also on this, Sanskrit in Mongolia, the dictionary, the vocabulary. Nyambo Baksh. Nyambo was a professor. K. Membo. Yes, he was a great ethnographer. And we've written together many, how the ancient routes between Mongolia and India, the trade routes, the pilgrimage routes. Those were very, very interesting times. And maybe some people are continuing on those lines, some research work. That would be very interesting. And she has mentioned about this Nalanda thing. More than any country, I think it is Mongolia who could contribute. You know, that university is a new university. It's an international university of Nalanda, controlled by ASEAN countries, a lot of funding there. But I don't see clear orientation there. The vice chancellor is a trade expert now. I need to have a Mongolian expert, or maybe a Pali expert or a Sanskrit expert who would have done far more better work there to promote this interest of India and Mongolia. I mean, that's it's a second India. Culturally, Mongolia is the second country. Not even, I told you about Bhutan. Bhutan is a Tibetan version of Buddhism. Mongolia is a Sanskrit version of Buddhism. This has not been highlighted. I don't see any paper coming up focusing on these aspects. Buddhism per se, you know, everybody, even Iran has Buddhism. Iraq has Buddhism. That's it's a different issue. But I think we could have a little bit more discussion. May I invite comments, questions, or whatever? Yes, please.
How do you see the dependence of language on Buddhism?
Huh?
So how do you see the dependence of language on Buddhism? Like there are different
I think you
types
can ask the speakers first. The paper presenter. Yeah. Yes, please. You'd like to answer? Language on? Okay. First, any other question to the speaker? Yeah.
Dr. Puneet, fellow at the council. I have a question to Dr. Ulziit. My question is based on the comments of chairs. As a layman, I am asking about you that how does Mongolia practice or approach multiculturalism? Why I'm asking this question is that because I heard about it and I read about it that there are many distinct ethnic groups which contribute Mongolia's culture tapestry. So that's why I would like to ask you how you practice multiculturalism, apart from this religion and language issues. Thank you.
Like to answer?
Okay. The first question is the language, Tibetan language. I'm just on this issue is that I'm thinking about that Mongolian monks is now these years is Mongolian monks studying Tibetan language translated to Mongolian language. Before was monks is only speaking in Tibetan language, and maybe I may be wrong, I don't know exactly. That time was half of monks don't know about what the meaning of who is reading in Tibetan language. Only for memorize it and reading. The meaning of don't know. But nowadays all the monks is learning and teaching. Also Mongolian monastery is just started to, in Mongolian language, his own Buddhism. And second question is multicultural. In this aspect, I think so. Mongolia is a Buddhist country. Before the 70 years, that time was Mongolia was under Shashi regime. That time was unreligious country, no worshipping any religions. That's why that time was anyone cannot to worship any religions, any talking about, even we cannot talk about Chinggis Khan and about, as you know, even that time was nobody is no talking about Chinggis Khan. Nowadays, we are talking about Genghis Khan, Buddhism, everyone is talking about like that. At that time, when this book is published, 1979, that time was nobody is prohibited. Even talking about like multicultural, any culture, any religious, that time was very difficult time was. That's why this book was printed through Prague and printed in Delhi. I think so. It's not one you knows about that, how difficult time was that time. And multicultural aspect is in Mongolia is just now we are studying on that, using. Of course, I'm just talking about this book, and that time was very difficult issue was. We are searching about on that, of course.
No, I think multiculturalism, what we mean is, in India we have an experience of many religions coexisting, many ethnicities, many people of different religious background, and also languages. And we have, for instance, we have close relationship with Russia, and although it was a communist country, but now over the past 30 years, it is also promoting itself as a multinational identity, as a country with a multinational identity. So there, I think that's what you wanted to ask, that whether in Mongolia there is an experience of multiculturalism, or at least, or a talk of multiculturalism, or how to identify with that.
Yes, I would also add to the answer question. Yes, Mongolia is a multicultural, multi-ethnic country. We have more than 200 ethnicities or minorities, if we may say so. And they have every right to conduct their own religion. Originally, Mongols are shamanist people. Buddhism came in the later stage comparatively. And in terms of Buddhism, Mongolian Buddhism, it's something unique. It's not only pure Buddhistic one. It's combination of Mongolian traditional shamanistic rituals, customs, and Buddhist values. So that's why we call it Mongolian Buddhism. In terms of the multicultural, yes, we do have many nations, many languages, many accents, you name it. And for example, big example, it's a minority called Kazakh. It's in the western part. They Islamic people. They conduct the Islamic rituals. They wear the Islamic traditional clothes. They speak own language, which is taught in the, starting from the first grade of the schools, primary schools. Also, we have northern part where the Buryats. Also, it's one of the ethnics of Mongolia. They speak freely their own language. They practice their own religion. So, in that term, Mongolia is very open, democratic country. That's why we believe that every aspect, every ethnicity, let's say, every language has to be preserved, because it will only enrich our culture, our country, and because it's a heritage, a world heritage. It's not mean that it's one isolated tribe or whatever you name it should have to be preserved, should have to be enriched and brought to the modern society. So in this term, we're open, we support any sign or any possibility, providing equal possibility to any citizen of Mongolia to conduct his own religion, as well as his own language, as well as his own culture.
Any other question? Yes, please. That's it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. My question is to Dr. Battsetseg, if I'm spelling it right correctly. So my question is, since Mongolia follows the democratic values and India follows as well, so I would like to know a glimpse about Mongolian democracy, if there is any relation between Indian democracy and the democratic type of Mongolia.
Thank you very much. Your question is a very good question. And I think Mongolian democratic and political and every country is different. Different is democratic, and Mongolian is national, is people's, and Mongolians have. Yeah. And all researchers say there are many opportunities in all sectors, and I also agree. And our two countries is if have any problem is we have how is implementation this problem is today we have and talking this question, so it's very important. Is very importantly. So I'm is very happy. Next is I think the beginning of cooperation is interpersonal relations. So we need to our country's relationship development. We need to train more researchers. So is that. Thank you.
I'd like to add to that. In terms of democracy, of course, Mongolian democracy, Indian democracy, we have common values. That freedom of speech, human rights, value. We have the same value. But in case of Mongolia, we young democracy, only 35 years, so-called. If we go from our new democratic constitution, 1992, it's even less. So overall, we have a lot to learn. And as one of the speakers said, 17 points of our articles, let's say, of our constitution comes from the Indian constitution. So we have a lot to learn from the mother of democracy, as we call India. And we trying to figure out which, let's say, the structure of the government. Of course, Mongolia is a democratic parliamentary republic. But at the same time, we have a presidential institution, as also directly elected by people. So we are developing so-called, we believe that the so-called classic parliamentary republic. So there are a lot of things to learn from us. It's new for us too. So we're learning, but overall, we have same values. So that's one thing that has united us, and that's why we are working together.
Okay. Any more questions?
I just add something about this Buddhism. Just this Mongolian Buddhism. In modern times, we have a lot of from other countries, like not from India, like from America, from China, from Japan also. So it's just we have a lot of just multicultural Buddhism or philosophy or something kind of like this.
Yes. No, it's good, but I was only talking in terms of what we could do together to promote our interests from the Indian point of view. Well, thank you very much. We've covered a lot of issues, but I think the main spirit behind all these issues that we have raised, there's a role for culture and spiritual linkages that play a lot of important contribution to the promotion of our overall relationship. This has been very old. I mean, it reflects somewhere at the international level, at the bilateral level, even at the regional level of India-Mongolia cooperation, even at the United Nations, something for which India stood up in the 50s for the membership of United Nations of Mongolia was the culture part, which the first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, took it very important. We wanted to see Mongolia different from China. That is the main spirit. Otherwise, the American Orientalists say beyond eastern coast of China, everything is China. So everything is not China. So there are many other nations which needs to be distinguished, it needs to be identified, And Mongolia is one country which is in the heart of Asia, which is distinct from the rest of Asia. And the personality of that nation depends a lot more on the culture and history and the linkages with India. And that's why I think the third neighbor concept is articulated because of this issue, because we may not be a physical neighbor, but we have this whole notion of being, spiritually connected and things like that. Thank you very much. I think it was very interesting. Thank the organizer, everyone.
Thank you to all the panelists, and thank you, Chair Ambassador Sobdan. You mentioned that you may not be the best fit, but you have shown that you have proved yourself otherwise with your enriching enlightenment to the discussion, sir. Now we move on to the end of the conference. We move on to the valedictory session, reflections and future roadmap. I would like to first request Ambassador Ganbold Dambajav to kindly present his closing remarks for the day, after which I request Ms. Nutan Mahawar, Acting Director General ICWA, to present her reflections of the day. Sir.
Thank you. It was, I believe it was fruitful day for all of us. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all participants, especially our panelists, for bringing such important remarks, important ideas on how we can reflect our history, not only the 70 years, but also the 1,000 years before that, but also what shall we plan for our next coming years, 100 years to come. Of course, the program of today's discussion was very well thought, organized, given the fact that we have to reflect our bilateral relations, not only at the bilateral level, but also the regional as well as global perspectives. Also, we touched our issues on economic aspects as well as strategic partnership, which we proudly call each other strategic partners. There are a lot of ideas that we have to think over, starting with the Ganjur as well as our strategic partnership, free trade agreements. There are a lot of discussions that I'm not in a position to deliberate now, since it's not finalized yet. So there are a lot of discussions that we are talking or discussing, a lot of things to come. Of course, it goes not as fast as I want to, but there are some certain movements, and I'm happy that I'm being part of these developments of our bilateral relations, and I believe it is the crucial part to reflect in our future cooperation. Of course, that the historic and cultural link, as well as the religious link that we see, it's very important. In terms of Buddhism, we have a lot to rediscover in ourselves, given the fact that for 70 years our religion was, I don't know how to say it, was blocked, stopped from us own. The biggest part of our culture, religion, belief, was neglected, prohibited for us. So we're in a time when we have to rediscover it. There are a lot of things has to be done, and of course I'm confident that the religion is not the thing or ideology that is carried out only by religious people. Religion is a part of our culture. Religion is part of the population, people. So not only the monks, let's say, in certain monasteries shall practice it. Religion should be practiced all around the population and studied and enriched by the researchers. So I believe that that part of our bilateral cooperation is long overdue, and we're looking forward to continue our cooperation on the religious aspect with our Indian friends. In terms of economic cooperation, of course, there are a lot of things to discover, a lot of things to be done. And I'm quite confident that the direct flight that will start, commercial flight, which is start in October, will bring a lot of impetus in our bilateral relations, and we're looking forward for active participation of both sides, because the relation as it is, it doesn't belong to one side. And as I always say to our Indian friends, cooperation should be mutually beneficial. So both sides should gain from what we're doing. So it has to be efforts from both sides, and of course it will benefit us in the future. And I would like to use this opportunity again to express our sincere appreciation to Ms. Nutan Kapoor Mahawar for your kind support from the very beginning of our meeting. We were on the same page, and I'm happy that not long after our first initial meeting, we managed to come out with today's discussion, and I'm looking forward to continue our cooperation. Of course, I would like to express our sincere appreciation from our embassy side to Dr. Attar Zafar, as well as the Dr. Tunchinman Langel, for your active contribution, for your sincere approach to our initiative, and happy to acknowledge that the job you've done for so far till today is what we have to now. So I would like to express our sincere appreciation. Thank you very much. And of course, I would like to use this opportunity again to express our sincere appreciation of Ambassador Stobden, very active gentleman who was in Mongolia, because in Mongolia we have saying that it's better to see one than hear a million times. So I'm always thrilled when I travel around India. Somehow I manage to meet Indians who was in Mongolia. So which gives me the strong belief that our future is, we have a bright future. And of course, another one thing that pushes me a lot, very hard, is that in ancient time, when there was no means of any transportation, no cars, no train, no airplanes, our ancestors managed to overcome Himalayas and conduct our bilateral relations and reach it. So nowadays, when we have every means of transportation, including internet connectivity, we shall not sit and rest. We have to work hard to bring our bilaterals to the new level. And I'm confident of the so bright young future that we have in our researchers, as well as our students, who was kind enough to perform such this Mongolian famous poem in Mongolian to you. We have a bright future. Thank you. Thank you to all of you.
Well, thank you. We had excellent deliberations all day long today, and these deliberations have not only reaffirmed the strength of India-Mongolia relationship, but has also illuminated its many dimensions: historical, political, economic, cultural, and spiritual, that enrich our enduring bond. We have reflected today on 7 decades of diplomatic relations marked by trust, mutual respect, and high-level engagements. Equally, we were reminded of the deeper civilizational connect anchored in the shared spiritual heritage of Buddhism. Over the course of the day's proceedings, we have shared our respective regional and global perspectives and our views on the future prospects of our ties, the challenges and the opportunities. We have generated new ideas today to advance India-Mongolia cooperation across every sphere, and we have reviewed old ones. The thoughtful contributions from academics and diplomats ensured that our reflections are both grounded in history and attuned to the strategic realities of the 21st century Eurasia. All the speakers have reaffirmed the deep interest of both sides to further build bilateral ties and reiterated their commitment to furthering cooperation, including in the interest of enhancing regional peace, security, and prosperity. Our intention was to expand the horizons of this partnership and build a future rooted in shared interests, values, and vision. Finally, I will request the speakers and we will also have Dr. Langel send out a mail to everybody to share the texts of their presentations, which will be compiled into a special publication by ICWA, so that the insights shared today can inform policy and scholarship beyond this forum. Thank you especially to you, Ambassador, for your initiative for this event and the support that we have received from the excellent support that we have received from the Embassy of Mongolia in collaborating with us in making this event possible. And thank you to all the experts who have traveled from Mongolia. I hope the visit to the Taj was good and that you enjoyed it and that you will remember your visit to Delhi. Thank you, everyone.
So as we reach the end of this enlightening conference, it is my privilege to extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made today's event a success. First and foremost, our warm appreciation to the Embassy of Mongolia, New Delhi, for their collaboration, the esteemed delegation from Mongolia, and our distinguished experts from India for taking time out of their busy schedule and sharing their invaluable insights and expertise. A special appreciation to Ms. Nutan Mahawar as well for enabling this timely conference as we celebrate 70 years of India-Mongolia diplomatic relations and a decade of strategic partnership. I would also like to thank the ICWA administration, staff and IT team who facilitated this smooth organization of this conference. And finally, to our engaged audience and colleagues, your presence, questions and enthusiasm have made this discussion all the more enriching. With that, we formally conclude today's conference. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
We have some felicitation.
That's the typical felt tent.
This one,
that is called,
the tent.
that is called in Mongolian ger.
Ger.
In Russian, urt.
Yeah, urt. Why you are, no? Yeah.
Okay, General Director, you like it?
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Okay. We are planning September, end of September. We are organizing Mongolian, India, and 70th anniversary research academic conference. I send you invitation.
Please do that.
Okay.
Thank you. We will try to come.
Today, also today is very small mistake. Sorry. Just one meg. Small
Oh,
mistake.
don't worry.
It's okay. It's okay. I will talk from internet. So after we can.
You don't even have to talk about it.
Yes, we can minimal contact. Next time, we can already change. Thank you.
It's okay.
We can.
I'll give you my card.
You can selfie.
Okay.
We can selfie.
Like this.
Can selfie. Okay.
Thank you.
알아서 포토 protocol, we can decide end of September. Our institute organizing very nice conference. 1 year, one conference. This year for India.
I'll try to come. If I don't come, I will send one of my scholars.
Yeah. We are organizing Mongolia in the diplomatic relation 70 years conference. Maybe 8.
What is the name of your institution?
Yeah. 8 presentation.
8 presentations.
Okay. Well, maybe next week I will send you our some documentation. Okay. Thank you.
You can take the packet. You should take the packet. Thank you. You can take the packet from them. Very nice. How is carry? Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for calling us here.